Prosperity is not a mere coincidence, but a living energy that circulates throughout the universe. This book reveals how to awaken and sustain this energy in your life, freeing yourself from the chains of scarcity and learning to align with the flow of abundance. Through timeless principles, inspiring stories, and practical exercises, you will be guided towards an inner transformation capable of reflecting in all areas of your existence: finances, relationships, health, work, and spirituality. To prosper is to live in harmony with the flow of life. It's not just about acquiring material possession, but about experiencing fulfillment, peace, and freedom in every aspect of existence. Many seek prosperity as something distant, but the truth is that it's already present, waiting to be activated through awareness, choices, and the energy we emit every day. This book is a guide to awakening that inner strength and learning to co-create an abundant and meaningful life. Chapter 1: The Mystery of the Millionaire Frequency. Why some people naturally attract money while others repel it. Have you ever walked into a room and immediately felt drawn to someone before they even spoke? There's something about their presence, an energy, a magnetism that's almost impossible to ignore. They command attention without demanding it. They attract opportunities without chasing them, and somehow, money seems to flow toward them like metal filings to a magnet. What you're sensing is their frequency, their energetic signature that broadcasts to the quantum field exactly who they are and what they're capable of receiving. I want to tell you about Sarah, a brilliant marketing executive I met 3 years ago. On paper, she had everything going for her: MBA from a top university, years of experience, sharp analytical mind, incredible work ethic. Yet she was constantly struggling financially, living paycheck to paycheck, despite earning a 6-figure salary. Always stressed about money, always worried about the next economic downturn, always feeling like she was one crisis away from financial disaster. Then I met David at the same conference. High school dropout, no formal business training, started his first company from his garage with $500. By age 35, he'd built and sold 3 successful businesses. Not because he was smarter than Sarah. He wasn't. Not because he worked harder. He definitely didn't. But because he operated on what I call the millionaire frequency. The difference between Sarah and David wasn't in their circumstances. It was in their energy, the invisible force that shapes your financial reality. Modern neuroscience has revealed something extraordinary. Your brain doesn't distinguish between what you're experiencing in physical reality and what you're vividly imagining. When you consistently think thoughts of limitation, scarcity, and financial struggle, your brain literally wires itself to perceive and attract more of those experiences. You become neurologically programmed for lack. But here's where it gets fascinating and hopeful. That same neuroplasticity that can trap you in patterns of scarcity can also liberate you into patterns of abundance. When you understand how to shift your frequency, you literally rewire your brain to perceive and attract wealth. The quantum field that surrounds us responds to the electromagnetic signature we broadcast through our thoughts and emotions. Think of yourself as a human broadcasting station. Every thought you think, every emotion you feel, creates a specific frequency that ripples out into the field of infinite possibilities. And that field responds by delivering experiences that match your energetic signature. This isn't metaphysical wishful thinking. It's measurable science. Studies using advanced brain imaging technology show that when people enter states of gratitude, empowerment, and abundance, their brain patterns shift dramatically. The prefrontal cortex lights up, the heart comes into coherence, and the electromagnetic field around their body expands significantly. They literally become a different person at the cellular level. You don't attract what you want. You attract who you are. Breaking the scarcity trance. Most people exist in what I call the scarcity trance, a hypnotic state where they're unconsciously programmed to expect, perceive, and create lack. This programming usually begins in childhood through the well-meaning but limiting beliefs of parents, teachers, and society. Money doesn't grow on trees. We can't afford that. Rich people are greedy. You have to work hard for money. There's not enough to go around. These statements, repeated thousands of times throughout your formative years, become the invisible software running your financial operating system. Every decision you make, every opportunity you notice or miss, every action you take or don't take, is filtered through these deeply embedded programs. But here's what most people don't realize. These aren't truths about reality. They're just conditioned responses stored in your subconscious mind. And what was programmed can be reprogrammed. Sarah, the marketing executive I mentioned earlier, discovered this when we traced her money blocks back to age 7. Her father had lost his job during a recession, and she watched him become increasingly anxious, angry, and withdrawn as the family struggled financially. In that moment, her young mind made a crucial decision. Money causes pain and stress. Rich people are selfish. It's safer to have just enough. That 7-year-old survival decision was still running her financial life 30 years later. David, on the other hand, grew up watching his immigrant grandmother build a successful catering business from nothing. His earliest memories were of her saying, "Money is just energy, sweetheart. The more value you create for people, the more energy flows back to you." He was neurologically wired for abundance before he could even spell the word. The neuroscience of wealth consciousness. When we examine the brains of naturally wealthy individuals using EEG technology, we discover something remarkable. They operate predominantly in alpha and theta brainwave states during their waking hours. These are the same states associated with creativity, intuition, flow, and connection to the quantum field. People trapped in scarcity consciousness operate primarily in beta brainwaves, the state of survival, stress, and analytical thinking. In beta, you're focused on problems, obstacles, and limitations. Your perception narrows, your creativity diminishes, and you literally cannot see opportunities that are right in front of you. But when you shift into alpha and theta states, something magical happens. Your perception expands, your intuition sharpens. You begin to notice synchronicities, connections, and possibilities that were invisible before. You move from the realm of forcing and struggling into the realm of allowing and receiving. This is why meditation, visualization, and other consciousness practices are so crucial for financial transformation. They're not just stress relief techniques. They're technologies for upgrading your operating system and accessing the field of infinite possibilities. Research shows that just 20 minutes of specific meditation practices can measurably increase the coherence between your heart and brain, expand your electromagnetic field, and put you into the optimal state for manifestation. When you're in this state, you're literally broadcasting a different frequency to the quantum field. Change your frequency, change your financial reality. The quantum mechanics of money. Let's get something straight. Money is energy. Currency comes from the word current, like electrical current. It's a flow of energy that represents value, creativity, and service. The people who understand this fundamental truth can tap into the infinite abundance of the quantum field. At the quantum level, everything exists as waves of possibility until observation collapses them into physical reality. Your consistent thoughts and emotions act as the observer, determining which possibilities become your actual experience. When you observe lack, you get lack. When you observe abundance, you get abundance. But here's the key. Most people miss. You can't observe abundance with a scarcity mindset any more than you can tune into a radio station broadcasting on 101.5 FM while your receiver is set to 95.3 AM. The frequencies don't match. David intuitively understood this. When asked about his secret to success, he said, "I never think about not having enough money. That doesn't even compute for me. I think about value, service, and how I can help more people. The money is just a natural byproduct." Sarah was the opposite. Even when she received her largest bonus ever, her first thought was, "This won't last. I better save every penny because who knows when the next one will come." She was observing scarcity even in the midst of abundance, thus ensuring more scarcity would follow. Becoming the person money seeks. The secret that wealthy people know, whether consciously or unconsciously, is that money doesn't come to you because you need it or want it. Money comes to you because of who you're being. It's attracted to certain qualities, states, and frequencies. Money is attracted to confidence, not arrogance but quiet self-assurance, value creation, solving problems and serving others, gratitude, appreciation for what already exists, expansion, thinking and acting bigger than your current circumstances, flow, allowing rather than forcing, generosity, giving freely without attachment to return. Money is repelled by desperation. Needing it too much creates resistance, resentment, anger toward wealth or wealthy people, scarcity, thinking, believing there's not enough, victim consciousness, blaming circumstances for your situation, attachment, gripping too tightly to what you have. When you embody the qualities that money is attracted to, you become like a magnet that can't help but draw abundance into your life. This isn't about faking it or putting on an act. It's about genuinely transforming who you are at the deepest level. Remember, the quantum field doesn't respond to what you say or even what you do. It responds to what you are, the frequency you consistently broadcast through your thoughts, emotions, and energy. The transformation begins now. As you finish this chapter and prepare for the journey ahead, I want you to understand something profound. You already have everything you need to transform your financial reality. The power isn't outside of you in some technique, system, or strategy. The power is you. Your brain has the neuroplasticity to rewire itself for abundance. Your heart has the capacity to generate the electromagnetic coherence that broadcasts prosperity. Your consciousness has the ability to collapse infinite quantum possibilities into the physical reality of wealth. The only thing standing between you and financial freedom is the outdated programming running in your subconscious mind. And that programming is about to change. Sarah discovered this 6 months after our conversation. Through consistent practice of the principles you're about to learn, she shifted her frequency so dramatically that opportunities began appearing seemingly out of nowhere. A headhunter called with a position she'd never applied for. A former colleague invited her to join a startup that later sold for 8 figures. Her investment portfolio began outperforming market averages. None of these were coincidences. They were the inevitable result of her new frequency, attracting experiences that matched her transformed state of being. The same transformation is available to you. The same principles that work for her will work for you. The same quantum field that responds to her new frequency is waiting to respond to yours. The question isn't whether you can become financially abundant. The question is, are you ready to become the person that money can't help but chase? Your journey into the mystery of the millionaire frequency has begun. Chapter 2. The invisible prison of limiting beliefs, how your financial past is sabotaging your prosperous future. Imagine being locked in a prison cell for years, convinced there's no way out. Day after day, you pace the same small space, thinking the same thoughts, feeling the same emotions of confinement and limitation. Then one morning, you accidentally lean against what you thought was a solid wall, and it swings open. You realize with shock that the door was never locked. The only thing keeping you imprisoned was your belief that escape was impossible. This is the invisible prison most people live in when it comes to money. Not bars made of steel, but bars made of beliefs. Not walls built of stone, but walls constructed from childhood programming, family patterns, and cultural conditioning that run so deep you mistake them for reality itself. Let me introduce you to Michael, a talented architect I worked with 2 years ago. On the surface, his story seemed like simple bad luck. Every time he was on the verge of a major breakthrough, a big contract, a promotion, a profitable investment, something would go wrong. Projects would get canceled at the last minute. Clients would suddenly change their mind. Promising opportunities would evaporate just as he was about to sign on the dotted line. "I must be cursed," he told me during our first conversation. "It's like the universe doesn't want me to succeed financially." But Michael wasn't cursed by the universe. He was cursed by a program running in his subconscious mind, a program installed when he was just 8 years old, watching his father lose the family business and spiral into depression. In that moment of trauma, young Michael's brain made a devastating connection. Success equals loss. Money equals pain. It's safer to stay small. For 30 years, that 8-year-old survival decision was running Michael's financial life, sabotaging every opportunity before it could fully manifest. This is the power of limiting beliefs. They don't just influence your thoughts, they literally hijack your reality. The subconscious financial operating system. Here's what most people don't understand about the human mind. 95% of your daily thoughts, emotions, and behaviors are controlled by your subconscious programming. That means only 5% of your mind is consciously choosing your financial reality. The other 95% is running on autopilot, executing programs that were installed decades ago. Think of your subconscious mind as the operating system of a computer. Just as your computer runs background programs that you're not consciously aware of, your subconscious runs background beliefs about money that you inherited from your family, culture, and early experiences. These beliefs operate 24/7, influencing every financial decision you make, every opportunity you notice or miss, every action you take or avoid. The problem is that most of these programs were installed when you were a child, when your brain was in a highly suggestible state, unable to critically analyze the information it was receiving. Your young mind absorbed everything. The stress in your mother's voice when bills arrived, the arguments your parents had about money, the casual comments about rich people or poor people that shaped your identity around financial success. Dr. Bruce Lipton's groundbreaking research in epigenetics shows us that children's brains operate primarily in theta brainwave states, the same state used for hypnosis, until around age 7. During this critical period, you are essentially downloading programs directly into your subconscious without any filter or critical analysis. Your current financial reality isn't a reflection of your capability, it's a reflection of your programming, the ancestral money matrix. But the programming goes even deeper than your childhood experiences. Recent discoveries in epigenetics reveal that traumatic experiences can actually alter gene expression, and these alterations can be passed down through generations. This means you may be carrying the financial trauma of your ancestors in your very DNA. Consider Sarah, whose great-grandmother lived through the Great Depression. Sarah never met her great-grandmother, yet she found herself compulsively hoarding money, unable to spend even small amounts without anxiety. Through our work together, we discovered that her great-grandmother's survival programming, the deep fear of financial catastrophe, had been encoded at the genetic level and transmitted through the family line. This isn't just metaphorical inheritance, it's biological inheritance. When your ancestors experienced financial trauma, stress, or scarcity, their bodies produced stress hormones that altered their gene expression. These epigenetic changes were then passed down through the DNA, influencing how their descendants, including you, respond to money and financial situations. The ancestral money matrix shows up in predictable patterns. Depression-era programming, extreme frugality, fear of spending, hoarding behaviors, immigrant survival patterns, working harder instead of smarter, distrusting financial systems, wartime scarcity, believing resources are limited and must be fought over, religious poverty, consciousness, equating money with evil or spiritual unworthiness, class-based limitations, believing you don't deserve wealth because of your background. What makes this particularly insidious is that these aren't conscious beliefs you chose. They're unconscious programs running in the background of your mind, influencing your financial behavior in ways you can't even perceive. The neuroscience of financial self-sabotage. When limiting beliefs about money are deeply embedded in your subconscious, they create what neuroscientists call confirmation bias in your nervous system. Your brain literally filters reality to confirm what it already believes to be true. If your subconscious programming says, "I don't deserve wealth," your brain will notice evidence that confirms your unworthiness while ignoring evidence of your value. Interpret neutral situations through the lens of limitation and scarcity. Create behaviors that sabotage financial success to maintain consistency with your identity. Attract experiences that reinforce the belief that you're not meant to be wealthy. This is why willpower and positive thinking alone aren't sufficient to create lasting financial change. You can consciously want to be wealthy while your subconscious is programmed for poverty. And since the subconscious is 95% of your processing power, guess who wins that battle? Michael's story illustrates this perfectly. Consciously, he desperately wanted financial success. He worked harder than anyone, had excellent skills, and genuinely deserved to prosper. But his subconscious was running a program that said, success equals danger. So every time he got close to a major breakthrough, his nervous system would trigger self-sabotage behaviors, procrastinating on important proposals, making subtle mistakes in client presentations, forgetting to follow up on hot leads, choosing difficult clients who were likely to cause problems, undercharging for his services to ensure he never became too successful. None of this was conscious. His survival program was protecting him from what it perceived as the danger of financial success by ensuring he never achieved it. The emotional addiction to financial drama. Here's something that might surprise you. Many people are actually addicted to financial struggle, not because they enjoy suffering, but because their nervous system has become chemically dependent on the emotions associated with money stress. When you've lived with financial anxiety for years, your body becomes accustomed to the cocktail of stress hormones, cortisol, adrenaline, norepinephrine, that gets released every time you think about money. These chemicals become familiar, and familiar feels safe to your nervous system, even when it's actually harmful. Dr. Joe Dispenza's research shows that we can become so addicted to familiar emotions that we unconsciously create situations that trigger them. If financial stress is your normal, your subconscious will sabotage financial peace because peace feels unfamiliar and therefore dangerous. Think about it. Have you ever received an unexpected windfall, a bonus, tax refund, or gift, only to find yourself in financial stress again within a few weeks? That wasn't bad luck. That was your nervous system working to return you to your familiar emotional state. Lisa, a marketing consultant, experienced this pattern repeatedly. Every time her business started thriving and she had a comfortable cushion in her bank account, she would make impulsive purchases, take on risky investments, or somehow find a way to create financial drama. When we traced this pattern back to its roots, we discovered that financial stress was the only time she felt truly connected to her mother, who was constantly worried about money. Her nervous system had learned to associate financial anxiety with love and connection. Breaking free from limiting beliefs isn't just about changing your thoughts. It's about rewiring your nervous system and breaking your addiction to familiar financial emotion. The cultural programming of scarcity, beyond family and ancestral patterns. We're all swimming in a cultural ocean of scarcity programming. From the moment you wake up to the moment you go to sleep, you're bombarded with messages designed to make you feel inadequate, lacking, and in need of something external to complete you. The advertising industry understands the psychology of scarcity better than most therapists. They know that if they can keep you in a state of wanting, always feeling like you need one more thing, one more experience, one more purchase to be happy, you'll remain a reliable consumer. But what most people don't realize is that this constant exposure to scarcity messaging is programming your subconscious mind to believe that lack is the natural state of existence. Consider the subliminal messages embedded in common advertising. You need this to be attractive, successful, happy. Without this, you're missing out. Limited time offer. Scarcity creates urgency. You deserve this, implying you don't already have what you deserve. These messages are specifically designed to trigger your survival emotion, fear, anxiety, inadequacy, because when you're in survival mode, you make impulsive decisions. And impulsive decisions are profitable for companies selling solutions to manufactured problems. But it goes deeper than advertising. The entire economic system is based on a model of infinite growth on a supposedly finite planet, which inherently creates anxiety about resources running out. The news media profits from keeping you afraid and angry. Social media algorithms reward content that triggers strong emotional reactions, often negative ones. You're living in an environment that is specifically designed to keep you in scarcity consciousness, because scarcity consciousness is profitable for others. The first step to breaking free from this programming is recognizing that it exists and that it's not serving your highest good. The quantum physics of belief systems. From a quantum perspective, your beliefs about money aren't just thoughts. They're energetic frequencies that interact with the field of infinite possibilities. When you believe in lack, limitation, and scarcity, you literally tune your consciousness to the wavelength of those experiences. Remember from Chapter 1 that the quantum field responds to the electromagnetic signature you broadcast through your thoughts and emotion. Well, your beliefs are the consistent patterns of thinking and feeling that create your dominant frequency. If your core beliefs about money are rooted in limitation, then limitation is what you'll continue to experience, regardless of how hard you work or how many strategies you implement. This is why two people can apply the exact same business strategy and get completely different results. It's not just about the actions they take. It's about the frequency they're broadcasting while taking those actions. The person with abundant beliefs attracts abundant outcomes. The person with scarce beliefs attracts scarce outcomes. But here's the empowering part. Beliefs are just thoughts you keep thinking. They may feel solid and permanent, but they're actually quite malleable. When you understand that beliefs are just neural pathways strengthened by repetition, you realize you have the power to rewire them. Every time you choose a thought that's aligned with abundance rather than scarcity, you weaken the old neural pathway and strengthen a new one. Every time you feel grateful for what you have, rather than anxious about what you lack, you shift your frequency. Every time you act from confidence rather than fear, you reprogram your subconscious. The prosperity reprogramming process. The key to breaking free from limiting beliefs is understanding that you can't fight them. You have to replace them. Fighting against old patterns just gives them more energy. Instead, you need to install new programs that are so compelling, so emotionally charged, that they override the old one. This process happens in 3 stages. Stage 1, conscious recognition. The first step is becoming aware of your unconscious patterns. Most limiting beliefs operate below the threshold of consciousness, so you need to bring them into the light. Pay attention to what you think about money when no one is listening, how your body feels when you think about wealth, the stories you tell yourself about why you can't be rich, the patterns in your financial history, the voices in your head that sound like your parents, grandparents, or culture. Stage 2. Emotional interruption. Once you identify a limiting pattern, you need to interrupt its emotional charge. Every limiting belief is held in place by an emotion, usually fear, shame, anger, or sadness. When you feel that emotion without acting on it, without running from it, without trying to change it, it begins to lose its power over you. This is why meditation and mindfulness are so crucial. They teach you to observe your emotional patterns without being controlled by them. When you can feel financial anxiety without immediately acting from that anxiety, you begin to break the automatic cycle that keeps you trapped. Stage 3. Neurological rewiring. Finally, you need to install new patterns that are more aligned with prosperity. This isn't about affirmations or positive thinking. It's about creating new neural pathways through vivid imagination, elevated emotions, and consistent practice. When you vividly imagine yourself already living prosperously, not just seeing it, but feeling it, hearing it, touching it, smelling it, tasting it, your brain begins to create the neural networks associated with that reality. When you combine this vivid imagination with elevated emotions like gratitude, empowerment, and joy, you signal your genes to create the chemistry of abundance. The transformation of Michael. Remember Michael, the architect whose subconscious was sabotaging his success. 6 months after beginning this reprogramming process, his entire financial reality had transformed, but not in the way he expected. The first thing that changed wasn't his bank account. It was his relationship with uncertainty. Instead of anxiety every time a project's outcome was unclear, he felt curious and excited. Instead of bracing for disappointment when opportunities arose, he began to expect positive outcome. Then his behavior started shifting. He began charging what his work was truly worth. He started choosing clients based on the joy they brought him, rather than just the money they offered. He took calculated risks that his old programming would have prevented him from even considering. The external results followed naturally. Within 8 months, he had landed 3 of the largest projects of his career. Within a year, his income had tripled, but more importantly, his relationship with money had completely transformed from fear-based to love-based, from scarcity-oriented to abundance-oriented. The prison door had been open all along. He just needed to discover that the lock was on the inside. Your liberation begins now. As you absorb the information in this chapter, you might feel overwhelmed by the depth of programming you need to address. That's normal, and it's actually a good sign. It means you're becoming conscious of patterns that were previously invisible. But remember this, the same neuroplasticity that allowed these limiting programs to be installed can be used to install empowering programs. The same subconscious mind that's been working against you can be reprogrammed to work for you. The same nervous system that's been addicted to financial struggle can become addicted to financial flow. You don't need to overcome every limiting belief you've ever had. You just need to become conscious of the most dominant patterns and begin replacing them with more empowering ones. As you do this work, you'll notice that many smaller beliefs automatically shift as well. The invisible prison that's been containing your financial potential is about to become visible. And once you can see the bars, you can walk through them. The door to your financial freedom has always been unlocked. Now you're ready to push it open. Chapter 3. Reprogramming the Abundance Operating System. Neuroplasticity in service of your financial transformation. Imagine trying to run the latest high-performance software on a computer from the 1980s. No matter how powerful the program, it simply can't function properly on outdated hardware and an obsolete operating system. This is exactly what happens when you try to create financial abundance while running old programming in your subconscious mind. You can read every success book, attend every seminar, and implement every strategy. But if your internal operating system is still running on scarcity programming, you'll keep getting the same limited results. The good news is that your brain isn't a fixed computer. It's a dynamic, adaptive system capable of complete reprogramming at any age. Meet Dr. Elena Rodriguez, a brilliant physician who came to me 3 years ago, completely baffled by her financial situation. Despite earning a substantial income, she was constantly stressed about money, making poor investment decisions, and somehow managing to overspend every month. It's like there's a part of me that's actively working against my financial success, she told me. I know what to do, but I keep doing the opposite. Dr. Rodriguez had fallen into what I call the knowledge-action gap, the space between what you consciously know and what your subconscious programming actually executes. Her conscious mind wanted financial security, but her subconscious was running a program installed during medical school when she'd accumulated massive student debt while watching her parents struggle financially to support her education. The solution wasn't more financial education. It was neurological reprogramming. Within 6 months of installing new abundance circuits in her brain, her entire relationship with money had transformed. Not only did her income increase by 40%, but she began making investment decisions with confidence and clarity that surprised even her financial advisor. The key to lasting financial transformation isn't changing what you know. It's changing how your brain is wired. The neuroscience of financial programming. Your brain contains approximately 86 billion neurons, each capable of forming thousands of connections with other neurons. Every thought you think, every emotion you feel, and every action you take strengthens certain neural pathways while weakening others. This is the mechanism of neuroplasticity, your brain's ability to reorganize itself throughout your entire lifetime. When it comes to money, most people have spent decades strengthening neural networks associated with limitation, struggle, and fear. Every time you've worried about bills, stressed about income, or felt anxiety about your financial future, you've reinforced these scarcity circuits. Through repetition, these pathways become superhighways in your brain. The default routes, your thoughts travel automatically. But here's what's revolutionary. The same neuroplasticity that created these limiting patterns can be used to create empowering ones. Scientists like Dr. Michael Merzenich have demonstrated that focused mental training can literally rewire the brain, creating new neural networks and strengthening beneficial ones while allowing unused pathways to weaken and eventually disappear. The process is similar to how you learned to ride a bicycle or drive a car. Initially, these activities required intense conscious focus, but through repetition, the neural pathways became so well established that the behaviors became automatic. You could perform them without thinking. The same principle applies to creating abundance consciousness. When you repeatedly think thoughts of prosperity, feel emotions of gratitude and empowerment, and take actions aligned with financial success, you're literally installing new neural networks. With enough repetition, these abundance pathways become your brain's new default setting. Your current financial reality is simply a reflection of your most practiced neural pathways. Change the pathways, change the reality. Accessing the subconscious operating system. The challenge with reprogramming your financial operating system is that 95% of your mental activity happens below the level of conscious awareness. Your subconscious mind, located primarily in the limbic brain, controls your automatic thoughts, emotional reactions, and behavioral patterns. To create lasting change, you must learn to access and reprogram this deeper level of consciousness. This is where understanding brainwave states becomes crucial. When your brain operates in beta waves, 14 to 30 hertz, you're in normal waking consciousness, analytical, focused on the external world, and largely separate from your subconscious programming. But when you slow your brainwaves to alpha, 8 to 13 hertz, and theta, 4-7 hertz states, something remarkable happens. The barrier between your conscious and subconscious mind dissolves. Dr. Les Femi's groundbreaking research at the Princeton Biofeedback Center revealed that the most efficient way to shift from beta to alpha brainwaves is through what he called open focus, a state where you become aware of space and the field of energy around you, rather than focusing on specific objects or thoughts. Ancient meditation traditions have used this technique for thousands of years, but now we understand the neuroscience behind it. When you shift from narrow focus to open awareness, several things happen simultaneously. Your prefrontal cortex, the analytical mind, slows down. Your limbic brain, the subconscious, becomes more accessible. Your nervous system shifts from sympathetic, stress response, to parasympathetic, rest and digest. Your brain begins producing more coherent, synchronized wave patterns. In this altered state, you can literally reprogram your subconscious with new beliefs, emotion, and neural pathways related to abundance and prosperity. The energy centers of financial consciousness within your body are 7 major energy centers, each with its own frequency, consciousness, and relationship to different aspects of your financial life. These centers, controlled by your autonomic nervous system, can be programmed for either scarcity or abundance, depending on the thoughts and emotions you consistently feed them. The root center, base of spine. This is your survival center, governing your relationship with safety, security, and basic material needs. When programmed with fear and scarcity, it creates hoarding behaviors, extreme frugality, and anxiety about having enough. When reprogrammed with trust and abundance, it generates a deep knowing that you are always provided for. The sacral center, below navel, your creative and sexual center. This governs your relationship with pleasure, creativity, and the flow of abundance. Scarcity programming here shows up as guilt about enjoying money, difficulty receiving, and blocked creative expression. Abundance programming creates healthy pleasure in prosperity and enhanced creative income streams. The solar plexus, above navel, your personal power center. This governs confidence, self-worth, and the ability to take empowered action. Financial limitations here manifest as feeling powerless over money, difficulty negotiating, and low self-worth around income. When reprogrammed, it creates unshakable confidence in your value and ability to prosper. The heart center. This governs your relationship with giving, receiving, and the circulation of abundance. Scarcity programming creates either excessive giving, depleting your resources, or difficulty receiving, blocking income flow. Abundance programming creates perfect circulation, giving and receiving in harmonious flow. The throat center, your expression and communication center. This affects your ability to ask for what you want, negotiate effectively, and communicate your value. Limitations here show up as undercharging, difficulty asking for raises, and poor money conversation. When aligned, it creates clear, confident financial communication. The third eye, between eyebrows, your intuition and vision center. This governs your ability to see financial opportunities and make wise decisions. When clouded by limiting beliefs, it creates poor financial judgment and missed opportunities. When clear, it provides remarkable insight into profitable ventures and timing. The crown center, top of head, your spiritual connection center. This affects your relationship with the infinite abundance of the universe. Scarcity programming here creates the belief that spirituality and money are incompatible. Abundance programming aligns you with universal flow and infinite possibility. When you learn to reprogram each of these centers with abundance consciousness, you literally transform your entire energetic relationship with money from the inside out. The breathing technique for energy liberation. Most people have tremendous amounts of creative energy trapped in their bodies, locked in place by years of repetitive thoughts and emotions. This energy, which could be used for creation and manifestation, instead gets stuck in survival patterns and limiting emotional states. The specialized breathing technique I'm about to share with you is designed to liberate this trapped energy and send it back to your brain, where it becomes available for creating new reality. This isn't ordinary breathing. It's a precise method for moving energy through your body and shifting your state of consciousness. The process: begin by sitting with your spine straight, feet flat on the floor. Place one hand on your chest, one on your belly. Close your eyes and become aware of your breath without trying to change it. Now begin to breathe in a specific pattern. Inhale slowly and deeply, drawing the breath up from your pelvis, through your belly, up your spine, and into your brain. As you inhale, imagine drawing energy up from the base of your spine to the crown of your head. Hold the breath briefly at the top, feeling the energy at the crown of your head. Then exhale slowly, allowing the energy to flow down the front of your body like a waterfall of light. Continue this pattern with each breath, drawing more energy up your spine and into your brain. You may begin to feel tingling, warmth, or waves of energy moving through your body. This is the liberation of your creative life force. As you continue this breathing, you're accomplishing several things simultaneously, moving energy from survival centers to creative centers, shifting your brain waves from beta to alpha and theta, activating your parasympathetic nervous system, creating coherence between your heart and brain, accessing your subconscious programming for reprogramming. With practice, this technique alone can create profound shifts in your energy and consciousness, preparing you for the deeper work of abundance reprogramming, installing new prosperity program. Once you've accessed the subconscious through breathwork and altered brainwave states, you're ready to install new abundance programming. This isn't about positive thinking or affirmation. It's about creating vivid, multisensory experiences that your brain interprets as real memories of prosperity. The visualization protocol. In your altered state of consciousness, begin to imagine your future abundant self with extraordinary clarity. Don't just see this future. Step into it completely. What does abundance feel like in your body? Feel the relaxation of knowing you're financially secure. Feel the excitement of having multiple income streams. Feel the gratitude for the ability to be generous with others. What does prosperity sound like? Hear the sound of money flowing into your accounts. Hear people thanking you for the value you provide. Hear yourself speaking with confidence about money. What does wealth smell and taste like? Perhaps the leather of a luxury car, the ocean breeze from your dream vacation, or the taste of celebration champagne. What does financial freedom look like? See your bank statements with abundant balances. See yourself living in your ideal home. See the impact you're making with your increased resources. As you engage all your senses in this abundant future reality, your brain begins creating neural networks for these experiences. The more vivid and emotionally charged these visualizations, the stronger the neural pathways become. But here's the crucial element. You must feel the emotions of your abundant future as if it's happening right now. Gratitude, joy, empowerment, confidence, peace. These elevated emotions signal your genes to create the biochemistry of abundance, literally reconditioning your body to expect and attract prosperity. The heart-brain coherence factor. One of the most powerful discoveries in neurocardiology is that your heart has its own brain, over 40,000 sensory neurons that can operate independently of your cranial brain. When your heart and brain are in coherence, they create a powerful electromagnetic field that extends several feet beyond your body. Research by the HeartMath Institute has shown that heart-brain coherence dramatically enhances your ability to make clear, intuitive decisions, access creative solutions to problems, attract positive outcomes and opportunities, maintain emotional stability under stress, influence others positively, to create heart-brain coherence while reprogramming your abundance consciousness. Step 1. Place your hand on your heart and breathe slowly and deeply into this area. Step 2. Activate a feeling of sincere gratitude, perhaps for your current blessings, your future abundance, or simply for the opportunity to transform your life. Step 3. Sustain this feeling of gratitude for several minutes, breathing it in and out through your heart. Step 4. From this coherent state, begin your abundance visualization, feeling the emotions of prosperity as if they're emanating from your heart. When you combine heart-brain coherence with abundance visualization, you're broadcasting a completely new electromagnetic signature to the quantum field, one that attracts experiences matching your transformed state of being, the neurochemistry of abundance. Every emotion you feel is created by a specific cocktail of neurotransmitters and hormones. When you consistently feel emotions of lack, stress, and limitation, your body becomes addicted to the chemistry of scarcity. But when you learn to generate elevated emotions of abundance, gratitude, and empowerment, you create an entirely different internal chemical environment. Scarcity chemistry, cortisol, stress hormone, suppresses immune function and creative thinking. Adrenaline creates urgency and reactive decision-making. Norepinephrine generates anxiety and worry. Decreased serotonin leads to depression and hopelessness. Abundance chemistry. Dopamine enhances motivation and reward-seeking behavior. Serotonin creates feelings of well-being and confidence. GABA reduces anxiety and promotes calm decision-making. Oxytocin enhances trust and social connection. Endorphins create natural feelings of joy and pleasure. The remarkable thing about this neurochemistry is that you can influence it directly through your thoughts and emotions. You don't need to wait for external circumstances to change to feel abundant. You can create the biochemistry of abundance first, which then attracts the external circumstances to match. Dr. Rodriguez discovered this when she began practicing the reprogramming techniques. I noticed that I started feeling wealthy before I actually became wealthy, she told me. It was the strangest thing. I felt financially secure even though my bank account hadn't changed. But that feeling of security led me to make completely different decisions, which eventually transformed my entire financial reality. The integration process, reprogramming your abundance operating system, isn't a one-time event. It's a process of consistent practice that gradually overwrites your old patterns with new ones. Think of it like learning a musical instrument. You don't become a virtuoso overnight, but with dedicated practice, complex pieces eventually become effortless. Daily practice. Protocol: morning, 20 minutes. Upon waking, before your analytical mind becomes fully active, spend time in abundance visualization. Feel the emotions of your prosperous future while your brain is still in alpha states. Midday, 5 minutes. Take brief moments throughout the day to interrupt any scarcity thoughts and replace them with abundance awareness. This maintains your new neural pathways. Evening, 15 minutes. Before sleep, when your brain naturally shifts back to alpha and theta states, reinforce your new programming with gratitude and prosperity visualizations. The key is consistency over intensity. It's better to practice for 10 minutes daily than for an hour once a week. Your brain responds to repetition and regularity, gradually accepting the new patterns as your normal way of being. Progress indicators. You'll know the reprogramming is working when you notice decreased anxiety around money conversations, increased confidence in financial decisions, more opportunities appearing spontaneously, different reactions to financial challenges, natural behaviors aligned with abundance consciousness. The transformation of Dr. Rodriguez. 6 months after beginning her reprogramming journey, Dr. Rodriguez's entire financial life had transformed. But the changes went far beyond her bank account. I realized I wasn't just changing my relationship with money, she explained. I was changing my entire relationship with my own power and potential. The first shift was internal. She stopped apologizing for her value as a physician. Instead of feeling guilty about her income, she began appreciating her years of training and the lives she saved. This shift in self-worth led her to raise her consulting fees by 30%, and her clients readily agreed. Next, her decision-making process transformed. Where she once made financial choices from fear and scarcity, she began choosing from abundance and possibility. She invested in real estate, started a medical consulting business, and even launched a wellness podcast. All opportunities that her old programming would have caused her to reject as too risky. Most remarkably, money itself began flowing differently in her life. Unexpected bonuses arrived. Investment opportunities presented themselves through casual conversations. Former patients referred lucrative consulting opportunities. It was as if the universe was conspiring to support her new abundance consciousness. The most amazing thing, she told me recently, is that I don't worry about money anymore. Not because I have so much, but because I trust the process. I know that when I'm aligned with abundance consciousness, abundance flows naturally through my life. Your reprogramming journey begins. As you prepare to begin your own abundance reprogramming, remember that you're not just changing a few thoughts or beliefs. You're literally rewiring your brain and upgrading your entire consciousness operating system. This is profound scientific work that requires patience, consistency, and faith in the process. Your old programming didn't develop overnight, and your new programming won't install instantly either. But every day you practice, every moment you choose abundance thoughts over scarcity thoughts. Every time you feel grateful instead of fearful, you're strengthening new neural pathways and weakening old ones. The brain you have today is the result of every thought you've consistently thought and every emotion you've repeatedly felt. The brain you'll have 6 months from now will be the result of the thoughts and emotions you choose to practice starting today. Your abundance operating system is ready for installation. The only question is, are you ready to become the programmer of your own financial reality? The next chapter will show you exactly how to access the quantum field of infinite possibilities, where all potential futures, including your most abundant one, already exist and are waiting for you to select them. Chapter 4. The Quantum Field of Money. Accessing the Realm of Infinite Possibilities. What if I told you that right now, in this very moment, there exists a field of infinite possibilities where every potential financial future you could ever imagine already exists, not as solid matter, but as pure potential. Waves of electromagnetic energy waiting for the right observer to collapse them into physical reality. This isn't science fiction or wishful thinking. This is quantum physics, and it's the most profound secret wealthy people use. Whether they consciously understand it or not, they've learned to access what I call the quantum field of money, a realm beyond physical limitation where abundance is the natural state and scarcity is simply one possibility among infinite others. Let me share the story of Marcus Chen, a software engineer who discovered this field by accident during the most financially desperate period of his life. 3 years ago, Marcus was $80,000 in debt, recently divorced, and facing potential bankruptcy. Traditional financial strategies had failed him completely. Desperate and exhausted, he stumbled upon a meditation technique that would forever change his understanding of reality itself. During what he thought would be just a stress relief session, Marcus experienced something extraordinary. I felt like I dissolved. He told me later. There was no me anymore, just pure awareness, floating in an infinite ocean of darkness. And somehow, in that darkness, I could sense every possible financial future that could ever exist for me. When he emerged from that 40-minute session, something had fundamentally shifted. Not just his mindset, his actual relationship with the field of possibilities. Within 18 months, Marcus had not only eliminated his debt, but built a tech startup that sold for $3.2 million. The key wasn't in learning new business strategies. It was in accessing the quantum field where all possibilities exist simultaneously. The difference between scarcity and abundance isn't found in the physical world. It's found in the field of infinite potential that underlies all physical reality. Understanding the invisible architecture of reality. To grasp how the quantum field of money works, you need to understand something that will challenge everything you thought you knew about reality. The chair you're sitting on, the device you're reading this on, the air you're breathing, all of it is 90% empty space. At the subatomic level, matter consists of tiny particles swimming in vast fields of nothing. But that nothing isn't actually empty. It's filled with infinite waves of energy and information, pulsating with potential. Scientists call this the quantum field, the 0 point, or the unified field. It's the invisible architecture from which all physical reality emerges. Here's where it gets fascinating for your financial life. This field doesn't just contain the building blocks of atoms and molecules. It contains the potential for every possible experience, including every possible financial reality you could ever live. Rich, poor, and everything in between. They all exist simultaneously as waves of possibility in this infinite ocean of potential. The key insight that changed everything for Marcus was understanding that money itself is energy, not metaphorically, but literally. Currency comes from the word current, like electrical current. When you truly understand this, you realize that the quantum field is filled with infinite currents of financial energy, each representing a different possible financial future. But here's the crucial part. These possibilities only become your reality when your consciousness, observes and chooses them. In quantum physics, this is called the collapse of the wave function. The moment you focus your attention on a specific potential, it begins to materialize from the field of infinite possibilities into your physical experience. You're not trying to create money from nothing. You're selecting which financial reality to collapse from the field of everything, the observer effect, and financial manifestation. In the early 1900s, quantum physicists made a discovery that revolutionized our understanding of reality. They found that electrons, the building blocks of all matter, exist in multiple locations simultaneously until someone observes them. The very act of observation forces the electron to choose a specific location and become solid matter. This observer effect reveals something profound about the nature of reality. Consciousness doesn't just observe the physical world, it actually creates it. Your focused attention acts like a magnet, drawing specific possibilities out of the quantum field and into your lived experience. When it comes to money, most people are unconsciously observing and therefore creating the same limited financial patterns over and over again. They wake up each morning and put their attention on bills to pay, debts to manage, and financial stress to endure. In doing so, they're constantly collapsing the same scarcity-based possibilities from the quantum field. But what if you could learn to observe different possibilities? What if instead of defaulting to financial worry, you could consistently focus on abundance, opportunity, and prosperity? You would literally begin collapsing different financial realities from the field of infinite potential. This is exactly what Marcus learned to do. Once I understood that I was the observer choosing my financial reality from an infinite menu of possibilities, everything changed, he explained. Instead of waking up and immediately thinking about my problem, I would spend time each morning in the quantum field, feeling into the financial future I wanted to experience. The results were measurable and swift. Within weeks, opportunities began appearing that he had never noticed before. A former colleague reached out about a consulting project. His apartment manager offered him a significant rent reduction in exchange for some programming work. An old startup idea suddenly attracted interested investors. When you change what you're observing in the quantum field, you change what collapses into your physical reality. Entering the field of infinite possibilities. To access the quantum field of money, you must first understand how to move beyond the limitations of your physical senses and enter pure consciousness. This requires a specific process of disengaging from everything that defines your current identity and reality. Imagine for a moment that you could remove everything physical from existence. First, remove all the people from Earth. Every human being disappears. Then remove all the animals, plants, and natural objects. Next, eliminate all human-made objects. Buildings, cars, phones, everything. Remove the continents, oceans, and the ground itself. Take away the planets, moons, and stars, including our sun. Remove all other solar systems from our galaxy, then all other galaxies from the universe. What's left? Absolute darkness. No air to breathe, no light to see. This is the quantum field, an infinite ocean of pure potential existing beyond physical reality. Now here's the key. In this space, you have no body, no name, no history, no problems, no identity. You exist simply as pure consciousness, awareness without form. And paradoxically, this apparent emptiness is actually fullness itself, containing every possible experience that could ever exist. When Marcus first experienced this state, he described it as both terrifying and liberating. There was no me to have problems or limitations, he said. In that space, I wasn't a broke, divorced software engineer. I was just pure awareness. And from that perspective, I could sense that every financial reality I could imagine already existed. I just had to choose which one to experience. This is the prerequisite for accessing the quantum field of money. You must be willing to temporarily let go of your current identity, including your financial identity, to become pure consciousness. Only from this state of no-thingness can you perceive and select from the infinite everythingness available to you. The electromagnetic signature of wealth. In the quantum field, all possibilities exist as electromagnetic frequencies. Each potential financial future has its own unique vibrational signature, a specific combination of electrical and magnetic energy that defines its characteristics. To attract a specific financial reality from the quantum field, you must learn to match its electromagnetic signature with your own energy. This is done through the precise combination of clear intention, electrical charge, and elevated emotion, magnetic charge. Clear intention, electrical charge. Your intention is your mental clarity about what you want to experience. But it can't be a desperate wanting or needy hoping. It must be a calm, clear knowing. When Marcus accessed his most prosperous possibilities, he wasn't wishing for money or trying to escape his problem. He was simply selecting from available options with the same clarity you might use to choose an item from a menu. Elevated emotion, magnetic charge. The emotional component is what gives your intention power, but these can't be survival emotions like fear, anger, or desperation. They must be elevated emotions like gratitude, joy, love, empowerment, and excitement. These high-frequency emotions create the magnetic charge that attracts your intended reality. When you combine clear intention with elevated emotion in the quantum field, you create what I call your wealth frequency, a unique electromagnetic signature that resonates with abundant possibilities and draws them into your experience. Here's what most people get wrong. They try to use the quantum field to escape their current financial problem. But you can't enter the field of infinite possibility while dragging your problems with you. You must first become nobody, with no problems, no history, and no limitation. Only then can you consciously choose which abundant reality to collapse into physical experience. The quantum field doesn't respond to your problems. It responds to your frequency, time, space, and financial manifestation. In our normal three-dimensional reality, we experience space as fixed and time as linear. If you want to change your financial situation, you typically need to take a series of actions over time to gradually create different results. This is the slow, effortful path of matter trying to influence matter. But in the quantum field, the rules are reversed. Time becomes eternal, and space becomes malleable. Instead of experiencing time passing while moving through space, you experience space changing while moving through eternal time. This creates access to what physicists call parallel realities, alternate versions of your life where different financial outcomes have already occurred. Marcus discovered this during his deepest quantum experiences. I realized that the successful, wealthy version of myself already existed in the field. He told me I didn't need to become him gradually over time. I just needed to align my consciousness with his reality and let that version collapse into my experience. This is why traditional goal setting often fails. When you set a financial goal, you're typically thinking from your current limited perspective and trying to figure out how to get from here to there. But in the quantum field, there already exists. Your job isn't to create it. It's to become a vibrational match for it. Think of it like tuning a radio. The radio waves for all stations exist simultaneously in the same space. You don't create the music. You simply tune to the frequency of the station you want to hear. Similarly, all your possible financial futures exist simultaneously in the quantum field. You don't create wealth. You tune to the frequency of the wealthy reality you want to experience. When Marcus stopped trying to solve his financial problems and started tuning to his abundant parallel self, his external circumstances began shifting to match. Opportunities, ideas, and connections that existed in his wealthy parallel reality began bleeding through into his current experience. Instead of trying to get from poverty to wealth, learn to tune from the frequency of poverty to the frequency of wealth. The intelligence of the field. One of the most profound aspects of working with the quantum field is recognizing that it possesses its own intelligence, what some call the organizing intelligence of the universe. This intelligence is constantly creating order from chaos, organizing energy into form, and orchestrating the perfect conditions for life to flourish. When you align with this intelligence instead of trying to control outcomes through willpower, you tap into a creative power far greater than your individual mind. Marcus experienced this dramatically during his transformation. I stopped trying to figure out how to make money and started trusting the field to organize opportunities for me, he said. It was like switching from rowing a boat upstream to sailing with the wind. This intelligence works through what we commonly call synchronicity, meaningful coincidences that seem to conspire in your favor. But from a quantum perspective, these aren't coincidences at all. They're the natural result of aligning your consciousness with the organizing intelligence of the field. When you're in harmony with this intelligence, several things begin happening automatically. Opportunities appear at exactly the right time. You meet the right people in unexpected places. Information you need arrives through seemingly random channels. Resources become available just when you need them. Problems resolve themselves with minimal effort from you. This isn't luck or wishful thinking. It's the natural functioning of a consciousness aligned with the quantum field. The intelligence that organizes galaxies and orchestrates the seasons is the same intelligence that can organize the perfect conditions for your financial prosperity. The key is learning to get out of your own way. When you try to control every aspect of your financial transformation, you're essentially telling the infinite intelligence of the universe that you know better than it does. But when you align with clear intention, maintain elevated emotions, and then surrender to the process, you allow this greater intelligence to work through you. The same intelligence that beats your heart and grows your hair can organize your perfect financial reality if you learn to trust it. The vibrational ladder of abundance. Not all abundant realities are created equal. In the quantum field, there exists what I call a vibrational ladder of financial possibilities, ranging from basic security all the way to unlimited abundance. Each rung of this ladder corresponds to a different frequency, and you can only access the realities that match your current vibrational state. Security level, lower abundance frequencies. At this level, you have enough for all your needs, plus some comfort and peace of mind. The energy here is relief, safety, and stability. Comfort level, middle abundance frequencies. Here you have not just security, but genuine comfort. Nice home, good car, enjoyable vacations. The energy is satisfaction and ease. Success level, higher abundance frequencies. At this level, you're financially successful with multiple income streams and growing assets. The energy is confidence and accomplishment. Prosperity level, high abundance frequencies. Here money flows abundantly from multiple sources. You're not just successful, you're prosperous. The energy is joy and expansion. Wealth level, the highest abundance frequencies. At this level, money is no longer a consideration. You have more than you need and can focus entirely on contribution and legacy. The energy is love and service. Marcus discovered that he couldn't jump directly from bankruptcy to wealth. His consciousness needed to evolve through the different levels. I started by focusing on security, he explained. Once I could genuinely feel safe and stable, I could then reach for comfort. From comfort, I could access success, and so on. The key insight is that each level requires a different vibrational state. You can't access wealth-level realities while thinking and feeling at security-level frequencies. This is why many people get stuck in cycles of boom and bust. They temporarily access higher levels, but haven't stabilized their consciousness at those frequencies. Your financial reality will always match your most consistent vibrational state, not your highest aspirations or your momentary peaks. Becoming a vibrational match for money. To consistently access higher levels of financial abundance from the quantum field, you must become a vibrational match for money itself. This means embodying the qualities that money is naturally attracted to and repelled by. Money is attracted to appreciation, genuine gratitude for what already exists, value creation, the desire to serve and contribute meaningfully, confidence, quiet self-assurance without arrogance, flow, allowing rather than forcing, receiving as well as giving, expansion, thinking and acting beyond current circumstances, joy, genuine pleasure in abundance and prosperity, trust, faith in the intelligent universe to provide. Money is repelled by desperation, needing money too much, creates resistance, resentment, anger toward money or wealthy people, contraction, thinking small and playing it safe, control, trying to micromanage every outcome, scarcity, believing there's not enough for everyone, judgment, condemning wealth or wealthy people, fear, operating from survival instead of creativity. Marcus noticed that as he embodied more money-attracting quality, his access to abundant possibilities in the quantum field expanded dramatically. I realized I had been repelling money while desperately trying to attract it, he said. The moment I started genuinely appreciating what I had and focusing on how I could serve others, everything shifted. This is why working with the quantum field is so much more powerful than traditional manifestation technique. Instead of trying to convince the universe to give you something, You're becoming someone who naturally attracts it. You're not chasing money. You're becoming the kind of person money chases. The daily quantum practice. Accessing the quantum field of money isn't a one-time event. It's a daily practice that gradually attunes your consciousness to higher financial frequencies. Marcus developed a specific routine that he credits with his remarkable transformation. Morning field access, 20 minutes. Immediately upon waking, before the analytical mind becomes fully active, he would enter the quantum field through focused intention and elevated emotion. In this space, he would connect with his most abundant possible self and feel the emotions of that reality as if it were already happening. Midday frequency checks, 2 to 3 minutes. Several times throughout the day, he would pause to notice his current vibrational state. If he caught himself in scarcity, thinking, or survival emotions, he would consciously shift back to abundance frequency through gratitude and appreciation. Evening quantum integration, 15 minutes. Before sleep, when the brain naturally shifts into alpha and theta states, he would review his day from the perspective of his abundant self, celebrating any evidence of increased prosperity and reinforcing his quantum field connection. The key to this practice is consistency over intensity. I didn't need to spend hours in deep meditation, Marcus explained. I just needed to consistently tune to abundance frequencies throughout my day. Over time, this became my natural state. Results tracking. Marcus kept a simple journal noting synchronicities, opportunities, and financial improvements. This helped him recognize evidence that his quantum field work was creating real-world changes, which in turn strengthened his faith in the process. Living from the field. The ultimate goal of quantum field work isn't to have occasional peak experiences of abundance. It's to live your daily life from the consciousness of the field itself. This means maintaining awareness that every moment offers infinite possibilities, and you're constantly choosing which reality to collapse through your attention and emotional state. Marcus now operates his successful business from this quantum consciousness. I don't make decisions based on fear or limitation anymore, he says. When I need guidance, I drop into the field and feel into which choice aligns with my most abundant possibility. The answer always comes clearly. This isn't about positive thinking or wishful hoping. It's about recognizing that you live in an intelligent, responsive universe that's constantly offering you infinite possibilities. Your role isn't to convince it to give you what you want. Your role is to align your consciousness with what you desire and allow the organizing intelligence of the field to orchestrate its manifestation. As you begin working with the quantum field of money, remember that you're not learning a technique. You're discovering who you truly are. You're not a limited human being trying to get more stuff. You are consciousness itself, temporarily focused in a human form, with access to infinite possibilities. The quantum field isn't something out there that you access. It's the very fabric of reality, and you are always in it. The only question is, which possibilities will you choose to collapse into your experience? Your journey into the quantum field of money begins with a simple recognition. Right now, in this very moment, your most abundant financial future already exists as a wave of potential, waiting for your consciousness to observe it and call it into being. The field is ready. The possibilities are infinite. Are you ready to choose? Chapter 5. The Alchemy of Elevated Emotions, Transforming Emotional Energy into Financial Magnetism. What if the secret to attracting unlimited abundance wasn't found in your thoughts, strategies, or actions, but in the quality of emotions you generate in your heart? What if your emotional state was literally the magnetic force that either draws prosperity toward you or repels it away from you, regardless of how hard you work or how smart your plans are? This isn't metaphorical poetry. It's measurable science. Research conducted by the HeartMath Institute has proven that your heart generates an electromagnetic field 5,000 times more powerful than your brain. This field extends 8 feet beyond your physical body and communicates with the quantum field of infinite possibilities, broadcasting your emotional signature to the universe and magnetizing experiences that match your internal state. Let me tell you about Isabella Rodriguez, a talented real estate agent who discovered this truth in the most unexpected way. 2 years ago, Isabella was working 60-hour weeks, following every proven sales methodology and implementing all the right strategies, yet her income remained frustratingly stagnant. Worse, every client interaction felt like pushing a boulder uphill, difficult, exhausting, and rarely resulting in the outcomes she desired. I was doing everything right according to the books, she told me, but I felt like I was swimming upstream against some invisible current that I couldn't understand. That invisible current was her emotional frequency. Despite her professional expertise and tireless effort, Isabella was unconsciously broadcasting emotions of anxiety, desperation, and scarcity. These survival emotions were creating an electromagnetic field that literally repelled the abundant outcomes she was trying so hard to create. Everything changed when Isabella learned to transform her emotional energy from survival-based frequencies to creation-based frequencies. Within 6 months, her income had doubled. Within a year, she'd built a team of agents and was earning more than she'd previously made in 3 years combined. The strategies were the same. The market conditions were the same. The only thing that changed was the emotional frequency she was broadcasting to the quantum field. Your emotions aren't just feeling. They're the magnetic force that determines which possibilities collapse from the quantum field into your physical reality. The science of emotional magnetism. Every emotion you feel creates a specific electromagnetic signature that your heart broadcasts to the world around you. These aren't abstract vibrations. They're measurable frequencies that can be detected by sophisticated scientific equipment. More importantly, they can be felt and responded to by other people, opportunities, and even circumstances in your environment. Think about the last time you walked into a room and immediately sensed someone's energy. Maybe they were angry, anxious, or depressed. You could feel it without them saying a word. Or perhaps they were joyful, confident, or loving. Their presence was magnetic and uplifting. What you were sensing was their electromagnetic field, the energetic signature of their emotional state. This same principle applies to money and abundance. Prosperity has its own electromagnetic signature, characterized by emotions like gratitude, empowerment, joy, generosity, and creative excitement. When you consistently generate these elevated emotions, you literally become a magnet for abundant experiences. Conversely, scarcity emotions like fear, desperation, resentment, and anxiety create electromagnetic signatures that repel abundance and attract more experiences of lack. The research is clear. Different emotions produce different frequencies, and different frequencies attract different outcomes. Elevated emotions like love, gratitude, and empowerment operate at higher frequencies and carry more energy than survival emotions like fear, anger, and shame. The higher your emotional frequency, the greater your magnetic power to influence your physical reality. Isabella experienced this directly. Once I learned to generate genuine excitement and gratitude before meeting with clients, everything shifted, she explained. Instead of having to convince people to work with me, they started being drawn to me. I became magnetic in a way that no sales technique could create. The quality of your emotions determines the quality of your electromagnetic field, which determines the quality of experiences you attract. Survival emotions versus creation emotions. To understand the alchemy of elevated emotions, you must first recognize the fundamental difference between survival-based emotions and creation-based emotions. These two categories of emotional experience create completely different electromagnetic signatures and attract radically different outcomes. Survival emotions are generated when your nervous system perceives threat, lack, or danger. These emotions served our ancestors well when facing physical predators, but in our modern world, they're triggered primarily by financial stress, social pressure, and imagined future threats. When you're in survival mode, your body produces stress hormones like cortisol and adrenaline, which narrow your perception and creativity, activate fight-or-flight responses that make you reactive rather than responsive, create electromagnetic fields that repel opportunities and abundance, signal your genes for inflammation, aging, and disease, keep you focused on problems rather than possibilities, generate magnetic signatures of lack, limitation, and scarcity. Creation emotions, on the other hand, are generated when you feel safe, empowered, and connected to something greater than yourself. These elevated emotions create entirely different biochemistry in your body, producing hormones like oxytocin, dopamine, and serotonin, which expand your awareness and enhance creative problem-solving, activate growth and repair systems throughout your body, create electromagnetic fields that attract opportunities and synchronicity, signal your genes for health, vitality, and longevity, keep you focused on possibilities rather than problems, generate magnetic signatures of abundance, expansion, and flow. The crucial insight is this: you cannot create from survival mode. When you're operating from fear, anxiety, or desperation about money, you're literally in the wrong neurological state for abundance. You must shift from survival emotions to creation emotions before you can access your true manifestation power. The heart-brain coherence connection. One of the most significant discoveries in neuroscience is that your heart contains over 40,000 sensory neurons, essentially a heart-brain that can operate independently of your cranial brain. Even more remarkable, your heart actually sends more signals to your brain than your brain sends to your heart. When your heart and brain are operating in coherence, synchronized, harmonious communication, they create what researchers call psychophysiological coherence. This state dramatically enhances your cognitive performance and decision-making ability, emotional stability and resilience, intuitive access and creative insights, immune function and overall health, ability to influence others positively, electromagnetic field strength and coherence. Isabella learned to create heart-brain coherence through a simple but powerful practice. I would place my hand on my heart and breathe slowly and deeply into that area, she described. Then I would generate a feeling of sincere appreciation for my current client, my home, my health, anything I could genuinely feel grateful for. I could actually feel my heart area warming up and expanding. This isn't just subjective experience. It's measurable physiology. When you breathe rhythmically and generate appreciation or gratitude, your heart rhythm becomes coherent, creating a stable, sine wave-like pattern. This coherent heart rhythm sends harmonizing signals to your brain, creating optimal states for learning, creativity, and manifestation. Research shows that just 5 minutes of heart-brain coherence can improve your cognitive function for up to 6 hours, significantly reduce stress hormones, increase DHEA, the anti-aging hormone, by 100%, boost your immune system function by 50%, create measurable improvements in your electromagnetic field. When Isabella began incorporating heart-brain coherence into her daily routine, she noticed immediate changes in her interactions with clients. People started commenting on my energy, she said. They would say things like, "I feel so calm and confident when I'm with you." I realized I was broadcasting a completely different frequency. Heart-brain coherence transforms you from someone who needs to convince others into someone who naturally influences others through the power of your coherent electromagnetic field. The neurochemistry of abundance. Different emotions don't just feel different. They create distinctly different chemical environments in your body. When you understand the neurochemistry of emotions, you can consciously choose to create the internal chemistry of abundance rather than scarcity. The chemistry of scarcity. When you feel emotions like fear, anxiety, desperation, or resentment about money, your body produces a cocktail of stress chemicals. Cortisol suppresses immune function, impairs memory, and narrows perception. Adrenaline creates urgency and reactive decision-making. Norepinephrine generates anxiety, worry, and negative thinking patterns. Decreased serotonin leads to depression, pessimism, and hopelessness. This chemical environment literally makes it impossible to access your highest creativity, clearest thinking, or most magnetic presence. You become someone who repels abundance because your internal chemistry is broadcasting limitation and fear. The chemistry of abundance. When you generate elevated emotions like gratitude, excitement, empowerment, and love, your body produces an entirely different set of chemicals. Oxytocin, the bonding hormone that creates trust, connection, and generosity. Dopamine enhances motivation, focus, and reward-seeking behavior. Serotonin creates confidence, optimism, and feelings of well-being. Anandamide, the bliss molecule that produces feelings of joy and expanded consciousness. GABA reduces anxiety and creates calm, centered decision-making. This abundant neurochemistry makes you magnetic to opportunities, relationships, and circumstances that match your elevated internal state. People are naturally drawn to your presence. Ideas flow effortlessly. Synchronicities multiply. You become someone who attracts abundance because your biochemistry is literally broadcasting prosperity. Isabella experienced this transformation viscerally. I could feel the difference in my body, she described. Instead of that tight, anxious feeling in my stomach when I thought about money, I started feeling this warm, expansive energy in my chest. It was like switching from a survival frequency to a thriving frequency. You cannot fake the biochemistry of abundance. You must genuinely generate elevated emotions to create the internal chemistry that magnetizes prosperity. The alchemy practice, transmuting survival into creation. The ancient alchemists sought to transform base metals like lead into precious metals like gold. In emotional alchemy, you're transforming base survival emotions into precious creation emotions. This isn't suppression or positive thinking. It's conscious transmutation of your actual energetic state. Step 1. Recognition and interruption. The first step is developing awareness of when you're operating from survival emotions around money. Common signs include anxiety when checking your bank account, resentment toward people who have more than you, fear-based decision-making about investments or opportunities, desperation in business interactions, comparison and competition with others, scarcity, thinking about resources or opportunities. The moment you recognize survival emotions, pause. Don't judge them or try to push them away. Simply acknowledge their presence and understand that they're creating an electromagnetic field that repels abundance. Step 2. Breath and heart connection. Place your hand on your heart and begin breathing slowly and deeply into your heart area. Make your exhale longer than your inhale. This activates your parasympathetic nervous system and begins shifting you from survival mode to creation mode. Continue until you can feel your heart area becoming warmer and more open. Step 3. Gratitude activation. While maintaining heart-focused breathing, begin generating sincere appreciation for anything you can authentically feel grateful for. This might be your health, your relationships, your home, your skills, or even the simple fact that you have the awareness to transform your emotional state. The key is genuine feeling, not just positive thinking. Step 4. Emotional elevation. From the foundation of gratitude, consciously generate more elevated emotions related to your financial life. Excitement about the opportunities available to you. empowerment, knowing you have the ability to create abundance, joy in the process of growth and expansion, love for the journey and the lessons it provides, freedom from limitation and scarcity consciousness. Step 5. Integration and broadcasting. Maintain these elevated emotions for at least 5 to 10 minutes, feeling them fully throughout your body. Imagine these emotions expanding beyond your physical form, creating a coherent electromagnetic field that extends in all directions. You're now broadcasting the frequency of abundance to the quantum field. Isabella practiced this alchemy daily, often multiple times per day. At first it felt artificial, she admitted, but within a few weeks these elevated emotions became my natural state. I wasn't forcing positivity. I was genuinely feeling grateful, excited, and empowered about my financial life. The magnetic field of prosperity. When you consistently practice emotional alchemy, something remarkable happens. You develop what I call a magnetic field of prosperity, a stable, coherent electromagnetic signature that naturally attracts abundant experiences. This field operates independently of your circumstances and becomes a constant force for positive attraction in your life. People with highly developed magnetic fields of prosperity share certain characteristics. Energetic presence. They have a palpable presence that others can feel immediately. When they walk into a room, people notice. When they speak, people listen. This isn't charisma or personality. It's the power of a coherent electromagnetic field. Synchronicity magnets. They experience frequent meaningful coincidences, perfect timing, and lucky breaks. From a quantum perspective, these aren't random events. They're the natural result of a coherent field attracting matching experiences. Natural influencers. They don't need to convince or manipulate to get what they want. Their coherent field naturally influences others to want to help them, work with them, and support their endeavors. Opportunity attractors. They seem to be in the right place at the right time with unusual frequency. Opportunities seek them out rather than them having to seek opportunity. Resource magnetizers. Money, connections, information, and tools seem to flow toward them effortlessly. They operate in a state of flow rather than force. Isabella developed these qualities over several months of consistent practice. People started commenting that there was something different about me, she said. Clients would tell me they felt drawn to work with me, even though my prices were higher than competitors. Referrals started coming in without me asking. It was like I'd become magnetic to everything I needed. A magnetic field of prosperity isn't something you have to maintain through effort. It becomes your natural state of being when you consistently operate from elevated emotions. The oxytocin effect, the chemistry of connection and trust. One of the most powerful neurochemicals for creating financial magnetism is oxytocin, often called the love hormone or bonding hormone. When your body produces high levels of oxytocin, you become naturally trustworthy, generous, and connected to others, qualities that are magnetically attractive in business and financial relationships. Research has shown that oxytocin dramatically affects financial behavior. In studies where people were given oxytocin before making investment decisions, they continued to trust and invest even after being betrayed, showed less fear of financial loss, and made more generous offers in negotiation scenarios. From a practical perspective, when your body naturally produces high levels of oxytocin through elevated emotions, you inspire trust in others automatically, make more generous and abundance-minded decisions, feel less fear around financial risks and opportunities, create deeper, more profitable business relationships, operate from collaboration rather than competition, attract people who want to support your success. Isabella noticed this oxytocin effect strongly in her real estate practice. I became genuinely interested in my clients' well-being rather than just making a sale, she explained. I would spend time understanding their real needs and helping them find properties that truly served them, even if it meant a smaller commission. Paradoxically, this approach led to larger transactions, more referrals, and deeper client relationships. The key to stimulating natural oxytocin production is generating authentic care, appreciation, and connection with others. When you approach your financial life from genuine service and contribution, rather than, "What can I get?" you create the internal chemistry that makes you irresistibly magnetic to abundance. Oxytocin is your body's natural abundance drug. It creates the chemistry of trust, generosity, and connection that magnetizes financial success. Collective fields and community magnetism. While individual emotional alchemy is powerful, the effects become exponentially stronger when groups of people generate elevated emotions together. This creates what researchers call collective coherence, a group electromagnetic field that can influence environments, events, and outcomes on a large scale. Studies measuring the energy fields in rooms where people practice elevated emotions together show consistent, measurable increases in the ambient electromagnetic environment. This enhanced field affects everyone present, making it easier for individuals to maintain elevated states and access higher levels of creativity and intuition. Isabella experienced this when she joined a mastermind group of other real estate professionals who were all committed to operating from elevated emotions rather than survival emotions. "The energy in our meetings was incredible," she described. "We would all arrive stressed about various challenges, but within minutes of being together and generating collective appreciation and excitement, the whole room would shift. Ideas would flow that none of us had thought of individually. Partnerships would emerge organically. It was like we were creating a field of enhanced possibility." This principle has profound implications for your financial life. When you surround yourself with people who operate from elevated emotions and abundance consciousness, you benefit from their collective electromagnetic field. Conversely, when you spend time with people operating from survival emotions and scarcity consciousness, their field influences you toward limitation. Choose your financial community carefully. You're not just sharing ideas and strategies. You're sharing electromagnetic fields that either enhance or diminish your manifestation power. Advanced emotional alchemy techniques. As you become more skilled at basic emotional alchemy, you can explore advanced techniques that create even more powerful magnetic fields for abundance. The Prosperity Bath Technique. Visualize yourself immersed in a bath of golden warm energy that represents pure abundance consciousness. Feel this energy penetrating every cell of your body, transforming your cellular structure to match the frequency of prosperity. Spend 10-15 minutes fully immersed in this visualization while maintaining elevated emotions. Future self-emotional fusion. Connect with your future self, who has already achieved the financial abundance you desire. Feel the emotions that version of yourself experiences, the confidence, gratitude, empowerment, and joy of already living prosperously. Allow these future emotions to become present emotions, creating a quantum bridge between your current and desired financial reality. Abundance blessing. Practice. Generate powerful feelings of love and appreciation. Then send these emotions to everyone in your life. Family, friends, clients, even strangers. Bless others with abundance and prosperity, feeling genuine excitement for their success. This practice eliminates scarcity consciousness at the deepest level and creates a field that attracts abundance from unexpected sources. Gratitude for future manifestations. Feel genuine gratitude for financial abundance that hasn't manifested yet, as if it already exists. Thank the universe for the perfect opportunities, the ideal clients, the inspired ideas, and the abundant resources that are already on their way to you. This creates a magnetic pull for these future possibilities. The universal ATM technique. Imagine the quantum field as an infinite ATM machine that dispenses exactly what you need when you need it. Generate complete trust and relaxation, knowing that your account with the universe is unlimited. Feel the peace and confidence of someone who has unlimited resources available at all time. Isabella incorporated several of these advanced techniques as she developed mastery over her emotional state. The more I practiced, the more natural it became to live in elevated emotions, she said. Now it feels strange when I'm not operating from gratitude, excitement, and empowerment. It's like I've rewired my default emotional setting, living in emotional mastery. The ultimate goal of emotional alchemy isn't to have peak experiences of elevated emotions. It's to make these elevated states your normal way of being. When gratitude, empowerment, joy, and love become your default emotional setting, you live in constant alignment with abundance frequencies. This doesn't mean you never feel challenging emotions. It means you have the skill to quickly recognize survival emotions, understand their message, and transmute them back into creation emotions. You become emotionally sovereign, able to choose your emotional state regardless of external circumstances. Isabella achieved this level of emotional mastery over time. My income is now 5 times what it was 2 years ago, she reported. But more importantly, I love my work and my life in a way I never thought possible. I wake up genuinely excited about the day ahead. I feel grateful for challenges because I know they're opportunities for growth. Money flows to me naturally because I've become a natural magnet for abundance. This is the power of emotional alchemy. It doesn't just change your bank account. It transforms your entire experience of being alive. When you master your emotional frequency, you master your life. True wealth isn't measured only in dollars. It's measured in your ability to generate elevated emotions and create magnetic fields that attract everything you need to thrive. Your journey into emotional alchemy begins with a simple recognition. Every emotion you feel is either drawing abundance toward you or pushing it away. The choice of which emotions to cultivate is entirely in your hands, and that choice determines not just your financial future, but the quality of your entire human experience. In the next chapter, we'll explore how to take these elevated emotions and create vivid, multisensory experiences of your abundant future that program your subconscious mind for automatic prosperity attraction. The foundation of emotional mastery you've built here will become the fuel for quantum visualization that literally pulls your desired financial reality into physical manifestation. Chapter 6, Quantum Visualization, Creating Your Financial Future. Advanced techniques for programming your prosperity reality. What if I told you that your brain can't distinguish between a vividly imagined experience and a real one? What if the same neural networks that fire when you actually receive $1 million check also fire when you imagine receiving it with sufficient clarity and emotional intensity? What if you could literally program your future by creating memories of experiences that haven't happened yet? This isn't wishful thinking. It's cutting-edge neuroscience. Brain imaging studies show that when people vividly imagine performing an action, the same motor cortex regions activate as when they physically perform that action. When musicians imagine playing a piece, their auditory cortex lights up as if they were actually hearing the music. When athletes visualize perfect performance, their muscle memory systems strengthen as if they were physically training. The implications for your financial future are staggering. Through quantum visualization, you can literally rehearse prosperity until your brain and body believe it's already your reality. You can install the neural networks of wealth so thoroughly that abundance becomes your automatic, unconscious expectation rather than a distant hope. Let me share the remarkable story of David Kim, a software developer who used quantum visualization to transform his financial reality in ways that seemed impossible. 2 years ago, David was earning $75,000 annually. living paycheck to paycheck despite his technical skills, and feeling trapped in a career that paid the bills but left him uninspired. Traditional goal setting and financial planning had yielded minimal results. Then David discovered quantum visualization. Instead of just thinking about financial success or setting income goals, he began creating vivid, multi-sensory experiences of already living prosperously. Every morning he would spend 20 minutes in a state where he could feel, see, hear, and even smell his abundant future, as if it were happening in that moment. The transformation was profound. Within 6 months, David had left his corporate job to launch his own software consultancy. Within a year, he was earning more than his previous annual salary each month. Within 18 months, he'd developed a software product that generated passive income, exceeding his wildest previous expectations. But here's what made David's approach truly quantum. He wasn't just visualizing external wealth. He was installing the identity, emotions, and neural patterns of someone who was already wealthy. He was literally becoming his prosperous future self from the inside out. Quantum visualization isn't about seeing what you want to have. It's about becoming who you need to be to naturally attract it. The neuroscience of future memory creation. Your brain is constantly creating memories of present experiences. But neuroscience has revealed something extraordinary. Your brain can also create memories of imagined experiences, and these future memories can be indistinguishable from real memories in terms of their neural patterns and emotional impact. When you vividly imagine an experience, several remarkable things happen in your brain. Neural network formation. The same neural pathways that would fire during the real experience fire during vivid imagination. If you imagine receiving a large check with sufficient clarity, the neurons associated with financial success, gratitude, and empowerment literally fire and wire together, creating a neural network for that experience. Emotional conditioning. The limbic system, which processes emotions, responds to vivid imagination as if the experience were real. This means you can condition your body to feel wealthy, confident, and abundant before you've achieved external wealth. Memory consolidation. Through repetition, these imagined experiences become consolidated as long-term memories. Your brain begins to reference these future memories when making decisions, causing you to unconsciously act in ways that align with your visualized reality. Expectation programming. Perhaps most importantly, vivid future memories program your subconscious to expect certain outcomes. Instead of hoping for prosperity, you begin expecting it because your brain has memories of already experiencing it. David experienced this directly. After a few weeks of detailed visualization, he told me, I started having moments where I would forget whether certain successful experiences had actually happened or were part of my visualization practice. My brain was treating my imagined prosperity as real memory. This isn't confusion. It's the desired result. When your future memories become as vivid and emotionally charged as your past memories, your brain begins operating from the assumption that your prosperous future is inevitable. The goal of quantum visualization is to make your future feel more real than your current circumstances, creating multisensory prosperity experiences. The key to effective quantum visualization lies in engaging all your senses to create experiences that feel completely real to your nervous system. Most people visualize only with their eyes, seeing images of wealth and success. But true quantum visualization engages every sensory channel to create a total immersion experience. Visual channel. See your prosperous future with extraordinary detail, not just generic images of wealth, but specific personal scenes of your abundant life. David would visualize himself in his dream home office, seeing the exact desk, computer setup, view from the window, and even the specific lighting at different times of day. Auditory channel. Hear the sounds of prosperity, the ding of notifications for large payments received, the sound of your voice confidently negotiating deals, congratulatory messages from clients and colleagues, the quiet hum of success happening all around you. David would hear his clients praising his work, the sound of his fingers typing on his laptop as money flowed in, even the specific ringtone he'd chosen for important business call. Kinesthetic channel. Feel prosperity in your body, the physical sensation of confidence in your posture, the relaxation that comes from financial security, the energy and excitement of engaging in work you love, the texture of high-quality items you can now afford. David would feel the leather chair in his home office, the smooth surface of his new laptop, even the physical sensation of signing lucrative contracts. Olfactory channel. Smell abundance, the scent of your dream office or home, the aroma of the high-quality coffee you can now afford, the smell of leather in your ideal car. These sensory details trigger powerful emotional and memory responses. David incorporated specific scents into his visualization, the smell of his favorite coffee brand, the new leather scent of his dream car. Gustatory channel. Taste success, the celebration dinner after a major deal, the expensive wine you're sharing with loved ones, the taste of your favorite meal in that restaurant you'll frequent when money is no object. Emotional channel. Most importantly, feel the emotions of prosperity, genuine gratitude for your abundant life, deep satisfaction from meaningful work, excitement about future possibilities, confidence in your abilities, peace knowing you can provide for yourself and those you love. When you engage all these sensory channels simultaneously, you create what I call total reality programming, experiences so vivid and complete that your brain has no choice but to treat them as real memories of actual events. The Quantum Future Self Protocol. The most powerful quantum visualization technique involves connecting with your future self who has already achieved the financial abundance you desire. This isn't fantasy. It's based on the quantum physics principle that all possible futures exist simultaneously in the field of potential. Phase 1. Consciousness projection. Begin by entering a deeply relaxed state through breath and meditation. Slow your brain waves from beta to alpha and theta states. In this altered state, project your consciousness forward in time, 6 months, 1 year, or 5 years, to a point where your financial goals have been fully realized. Phase 2. Identity fusion. Connect with your future self who is already living prosperously. Don't observe this future self from the outside. Step into their consciousness and experience their reality from the inside. Feel what they feel, think what they think, know what they know. David described this experience. When I connected with my future self, I could feel this unshakable confidence that I'd never experienced before. There was no anxiety about money, no doubt about my ability. I felt this quiet, powerful knowing that success was natural and inevitable for me. Phase 3. Memory download. From your future self's perspective, remember the journey that led to your current success. What decisions did you make? What actions did you take? What mindset shifts occurred? What opportunities did you recognize and act upon? Allow your future self to download these memories into your current consciousness. Phase 4. Emotional integration. Feel the emotions of your prosperous future self, not just happiness or excitement, but the deeper emotions, the profound gratitude, the sense of contribution and purpose, the quiet confidence, the inner peace that comes from alignment with your highest potential. Phase 5. Present moment return. While maintaining the emotional state and identity of your future self, return to present moment awareness. The key is bringing your future self's consciousness back with you into your current life. You're not returning as your old self who hopes to become prosperous. You're returning as your prosperous self who is temporarily in earlier circumstances. This protocol literally reprograms your identity at the deepest level. Instead of being someone who wants to become wealthy, you become someone who already is wealthy and is simply allowing that reality to unfold in the physical world. Mind movies, cinematic reality programming. One of the most powerful tools for quantum visualization is what I call mind movies, personalized, dynamic visual experiences that program your subconscious with vivid scenes of your prosperous future. Unlike static vision boards, mind movies create moving, emotionally compelling narratives that your brain experiences as preview trailers of your coming reality. Creating your prosperity. Mind movie. Scene selection. Choose 8 to 12 specific scenes that represent different aspects of your abundant life. Include scenes of your ideal work environment, your dream home, your perfect day, meaningful relationships, travel experiences, and moments of contribution and service. Emotional scoring. Select music that evokes the exact emotions you want to feel when living prosperously. The music becomes the emotional soundtrack that triggers your prosperity state whenever you hear it. Affirmation. Integration. Overlay your scenes with powerful, present tense statements that reinforce your new identity. Wealth flows to me from multiple sources. I am a magnet for lucrative opportunities. My value is recognized and richly rewarded. Money comes to me easily and frequently. I live in abundant prosperity every day. Sensory amplification. Make each scene as detailed and sensory-rich as possible. See the exact colors, hear the specific sounds, feel the precise textures and temperatures, even include the scents and tastes of your prosperous life. David created a mind movie featuring scenes of him working in his dream home office, celebrating successful product launches, traveling to beautiful locations, and contributing to causes he cared about. I watched it every morning and evening for 6 months, he explained. Eventually, the scenes felt so real that I started expecting them to happen rather than hoping they might. The power of mind movies lies in their ability to make your future feel inevitable rather than possible. The walking meditation. Embodying prosperity. While seated visualization is powerful, walking meditation adds a crucial kinesthetic element that literally programs prosperity into your body's movement patterns and energy field. This technique involves physically walking as your prosperous future self, embodying their posture, pace, and presence. Preparation phase. Begin in stillness, generating the elevated emotions of your prosperous future. Gratitude, confidence, excitement, empowerment. Feel these emotions not just mentally, but physically throughout your body. Identity transition. Before you begin walking, fully step into the identity of your future self. How does a person with abundant wealth carry themselves? What is their posture, their breathing pattern, their energy? Assume this physicality completely. Conscious walking. Begin walking at a deliberate, confident pace. With each step, you are literally walking into your prosperous future. Feel your future self's confidence in your stride, their sense of purpose in your direction, their gratitude in your awareness of the present moment. Scene integration. As you walk, allow scenes from your mind movie to play in your awareness. See yourself in your ideal office. Feel yourself closing important deals. Experience moments of joy and accomplishment. Let these scenes feel as real as the physical act of walking. Energy broadcasting. With each step, imagine you are broadcasting the electromagnetic signature of prosperity. Your entire energy field is announcing to the quantum field that you are abundant, successful, and grateful. You are literally walking your future into existence. David practiced walking meditation for 20 minutes every morning. It completely changed how I showed up in the world. he said. I started walking into meetings with this quiet confidence I'd never had. People began responding to me differently before I even spoke. I was literally embodying success. Holographic memory installation, advanced quantum visualization, involves creating what I call holographic memories, three-dimensional, emotionally charged experiences that become integrated into your long-term memory as if they were actual events from your prosperous future. The holographic process, time displacement. Project your consciousness to a specific moment in your abundant future. Choose a precise scene. Perhaps the moment you receive news of a major financial breakthrough, or the day you move into your dream home. Perspective switching. Experience this scene from multiple perspectives. First person, living it from inside your own body. Second person, watching yourself experience it as if observing from nearby. Third person, viewing the entire scene from above or at a distance. Omniscient, understanding the deeper significance and connections of the moment. Temporal expansion. Don't just experience the peak moment. Experience the before, during, and after. Feel the anticipation leading up to the moment, the full intensity of the experience itself, and the lasting satisfaction and gratitude afterward. Emotional amplification. Layer multiple emotions into the memory simultaneously. Feel grateful for the abundance, excited about future possibilities, proud of your growth, loving toward those who supported you, and deeply peaceful, knowing you've aligned with your highest potential. Sensory saturation. Make the memory rich with sensory detail. Notice the time of day, the quality of light, the temperature, sounds in the background, scents in the air, textures you're touching. The more vivid the sensory details, the more real the memory becomes to your nervous system. Integration, anchoring. Create a physical gesture, word, or mental symbol that instantly recalls this holographic memory. This becomes an anchor that can trigger the entire prosperity state whenever you need it. When David mastered holographic memory installation, he created vivid memories of his software product, launch day, complete with celebration calls from clients, congratulatory messages, and the moment he saw his first major revenue spike. These memories felt as real as anything that had actually happened to me, he said. My brain started referencing them when making decisions, as if my success was historical fact rather than future possibility. Quantum field integration. The ultimate goal of quantum visualization isn't just to create vivid mental movies. It's to broadcast your prosperous future into the quantum field, where it can begin organizing the circumstances for physical manifestation. Field entry protocol. After creating your detailed prosperity visualization, expand your awareness beyond your physical body. Feel your consciousness merging with the infinite quantum field, where all possibilities exist as electromagnetic frequencies. Future broadcasting. From this expanded state, broadcast your prosperity visualization into the field, not as something you want to create, but as something that already exists and is now being selected for manifestation. You're not asking the field to create your abundance. You're announcing that you've chosen it from infinite available possibility. Energetic alignment. Match your electromagnetic signature to the frequency of your visualized reality. Feel your energy becoming coherent with prosperity, abundance, and success. This creates what quantum physicists call observer effect. Your consciousness observing specific possibilities causes them to collapse into probable physical reality. Gratitude transmission. End each session by feeling profound gratitude for your abundant future, as if it's already happened. Gratitude is the emotion that signals to the quantum field that your visualization has been received and accepted. David practiced quantum field integration at the end of each visualization session. I would feel my prosperity vision expanding beyond my body, and merging with this infinite space of possibilities. He described, "There was this moment where I'd feel a subtle shift, like the universe had received and acknowledged my broadcast. That's when I knew my success was inevitable." Living from future memory. The true power of quantum visualization reveals itself when your future memories begin influencing your present moment decisions and action. Instead of making choices based on your current circumstances, you begin making choices based on your prosperous future reality. This creates what I call future-present alignment, a state where your daily actions automatically align with your visualized outcomes because your brain is referencing future memories when making decisions. David experienced this phenomenon regularly during his transformation. "I started making business decisions that only made sense if my success was guaranteed," he explained. "I invested in better equipment, raised my prices, turned down low-value projects, all because my future memories made these decisions feel obvious rather than risky." This is the hallmark of successful quantum visualization. When your future feels more real than your current circumstances, your behavior automatically aligns with that future reality. Your present moment choices become guided by your future memories rather than limited by your past experiences. The manifestation bridge quantum visualization creates what I call a manifestation bridge, the energetic connection between your current reality and your desired future that allows synchronicities, opportunities, and resources to flow from the field of possibility into your physical experience. As your future memories become more vivid and emotionally charged, this bridge strengthens. People, circumstances, and opportunities that match your visualized reality begin appearing with increasing frequency. What seems like luck or coincidence is actually the natural result of your consciousness consistently broadcasting a specific electromagnetic signature to the quantum field. David's entire business success unfolded through this manifestation bridge. The idea for his software product, the connections with key clients, the technical insights he needed, the marketing opportunities, all emerged through apparent synchronicities that were actually his consciousness, attracting matching frequencies from the field of infinite possibility. When you consistently visualize from the quantum field, the field begins organizing reality to match your vision. Your journey into quantum visualization begins with recognizing that your future is not determined by your past, but by the vividness and emotional intensity of your mental rehearsals. Every time you engage in quantum visualization, you're literally authoring your future reality and installing it as memories in your nervous system. The most successful people throughout history have been master visualizers, whether they understood the quantum science or not. Now you have the tools to consciously harness this power and create detailed memories of a prosperous future that will inevitably become your physical reality. Your abundant future is waiting in the quantum field. Through quantum visualization, you're going to make it feel so real that your brain has no choice but to help you live it. Chapter 7. The Personal Magnetism of Prosperity. Radiating a presence that attracts opportunities. Have you ever met someone who seemed to effortlessly attract opportunities, connections, and abundance wherever they went? They didn't have to chase success. Success chased them. People wanted to do business with them, help them, and be around them. Money, resources, and ideal circumstances seemed to flow toward them like metal filings to a magnet. What you witnessed wasn't luck, charisma, or superior skills. You witnessed the power of personal magnetism, a coherent electromagnetic field generated by someone who has aligned their inner state with the frequency of prosperity. They had become a living magnet for abundance, not through external manipulation, but through the cultivation of an internal presence that naturally attracts what they need to thrive. Let me introduce you to Marcus Rivera, a financial advisor who discovered the transformative power of personal magnetism during the most challenging period of his career. 3 years ago, Marcus was struggling despite his extensive training and expertise. He was working long hours, making countless cold calls, and attending every networking event in his city, yet his practice remained small, and his income unpredictable. I was doing all the right things according to every sales manual, Marcus told me, but I felt like I was pushing against some invisible force. Prospects would listen politely, but rarely became clients. I was working harder than ever, but getting nowhere. Then Marcus learned about personal magnetism and began cultivating what I call prosperity present, a way of being that naturally attracts opportunities without effort or manipulation. The transformation was remarkable. Within 6 months, referrals began flowing consistently. Within a year, he had built a practice serving high-net-worth clients who sought him out rather than the other way around. Within 18 months, his income had increased by 400%, and he was working fewer hours than ever before. But here's what made Marcus's transformation truly extraordinary. He stopped trying to get clients and started being the kind of person clients wanted to find. He stopped chasing opportunities and became an opportunity magnet. He stopped selling his services and started radiating value so powerfully that people naturally wanted to work with him. Personal magnetism isn't about what you do. It's about who you become and the energy field you radiate into the world. The science of human electromagnetic field. Every human being generates an electromagnetic field that extends several feet beyond their physical body. This field, measurable by sophisticated scientific instruments, carries information about your internal state and broadcasts it to everyone and everything in your environment. Research conducted by the HeartMath Institute has shown that when people generate coherent emotions like appreciation, care, and compassion, their heart rhythm patterns become more organized, and their electromagnetic field becomes significantly stronger and more coherent. This enhanced field can actually be detected by the nervous systems of other people, influencing their physiology and emotional state without any verbal communication. But the implications go far beyond influencing other people. Your electromagnetic field is constantly interacting with what quantum physicists call the zero-point field, the ocean of energy and information that underlies all physical reality. When your field becomes coherent and aligned with prosperity consciousness, it literally attracts matching frequencies from this field, manifesting as opportunities, resources, and synchronicities that support your financial success. Think of your electromagnetic field as a continuous broadcast to the universe, announcing who you are and what you're aligned with. If your field carries the chaotic, incoherent signals of stress, desperation, and scarcity, it attracts more experiences that match those frequencies. But when your field becomes coherent and aligned with abundance, gratitude, and empowerment, it becomes a beacon that attracts prosperity from unexpected sources. Marcus experienced this directly. After I learned to generate coherent emotions consistently, he explained, I noticed that people responded to me differently before I even spoke. They seemed more relaxed around me, more trusting, more interested in what I had to offer. It was like I was broadcasting a signal that said, this person is valuable and trustworthy, before any words were exchanged. Your electromagnetic field is your most powerful marketing tool, and it's always working, whether you're conscious of it or not. The coherence factor. The key to developing powerful personal magnetism lies in achieving what scientists call psychophysiological coherence, a state where your heart, brain, and nervous system are operating in synchronized harmony. When you achieve coherence, several remarkable things happen simultaneously. Enhanced cognitive function. Your thinking becomes clearer, more creative, and more intuitive. You make better decisions and recognize opportunities that others miss. Emotional stability. You maintain calm confidence regardless of external circumstances. This emotional stability is magnetically attractive to others and creates trust. Increased presence. You become fully present in interactions, making others feel heard, valued, and understood. People naturally want to spend time with you. Expanded influence. Your coherent electromagnetic field positively influences the nervous systems of people around you, making them feel better and more optimistic when they're with you. Synchronicity, magnetism. You begin experiencing frequent, meaningful coincidences that support your goals and aspirations. Marcus learned to achieve coherence through a simple but powerful practice. I would place my hand on my heart and breathe slowly and rhythmically into my heart area, he described. Then I would generate sincere appreciation for my family, my health, the opportunity to help clients achieve their financial goals. Within a few minutes, I could feel this warm, expansive sensation in my chest, and my whole energy would shift. This wasn't just a subjective feeling. It was measurable physiology. When you breathe rhythmically and generate genuine appreciation, your heart rhythm becomes coherent, creating a sine wave pattern that synchronizes your entire autonomic nervous system. This coherent state then broadcasts through your electromagnetic field, influencing everyone and everything in your environment. Coherence isn't a temporary peak state. It's a way of being that you can learn to maintain throughout your day. The energy centers of magnetic presence. Your body contains 7 major energy centers, each contributing to your overall electromagnetic signature. When these centers are balanced and flowing with coherent energy, they create a powerful field that naturally attracts abundance. Understanding and working with these centers is crucial for developing authentic personal magnetism. Root center, base of spine. This center governs your sense of safety, security, and belonging. When balanced, it radiates groundedness and stability that others find reassuring. People trust you because your energy says, "I'm secure, and I can provide security for others." Sacral center, below navel. Your creative and emotional center affects your ability to connect with others and generate enthusiasm for projects. When flowing freely, it radiates creativity, passion, and the ability to bring ideas into reality. Solar plexus, above navel. This personal power center determines your confidence, self-worth, and ability to take effective action. When balanced, it broadcasts authentic confidence without arrogance, a quality that naturally attracts opportunities and cooperation. Heart center, the most important center for personal magnetism. This governs your capacity for love, compassion, and connection. When open and coherent, it creates the warm, trustworthy presence that draws people toward you. Throat center. Your expression center affects how clearly you communicate your value and vision. When aligned, it allows you to speak with authority and authenticity, naturally influencing others through the power of clear communication. Third eye, between eyebrows. This intuition center enhances your ability to perceive opportunities, read people accurately, and make wise decisions. When active, it gives you the foresight and insight that others associate with successful leaders. Crown center, top of head. Your connection to higher wisdom and universal intelligence. When open, it allows you to access guidance and inspiration that seems to come from beyond your personal knowledge. Marcus learned to balance and activate these centers through focused attention and breathing. I would spend a few minutes each morning placing my awareness on each center, breathing into it and visualizing it spinning with bright, coherent light. He shared. Over time, I developed this consistent inner radiance that people responded to immediately. When all 7 centers are functioning coherently, they create what I call full-spectrum magnetism, a presence that attracts opportunities, resources, and relationships across every area of your life. The presence practice. Developing magnetic presence requires consistent practice in maintaining elevated emotional states and coherent energy regardless of external circumstances. This isn't about being artificially positive or suppressing authentic emotions. It's about cultivating genuine states of appreciation, empowerment, and connection that naturally radiate from your being. Morning coherence. Ritual. También 10 minutes. Begin each day by establishing coherence before engaging with external demand. Sit quietly and focus on your heart center. Breathe slowly and rhythmically. 5 seconds in, 5 seconds out. Generate genuine appreciation for anything you can authentically feel grateful for. Feel this appreciation expanding from your heart throughout your entire body and beyond, into the space around you. Coherence. Anchoring. Throughout the day, whenever you notice stress, reactivity, or negative emotions arising, return to coherence. Place your hand on your heart. Take 3 slow, deep breaths and reconnect with appreciation. This becomes an automatic response that maintains your magnetic field regardless of circumstances. Presence in interactions. When engaging with others, focus entirely on the person in front of you. Listen not just to their words, but to their energy and emotions. Generate genuine care and appreciation for them as a human being. This creates an immediate energetic connection that makes you magnetically attractive in all relationships. Value radiation. Instead of thinking about what you can get from interactions, focus on what value you can provide. Approach every conversation asking, how can I serve this person? What do they need that I might be able to offer? This service orientation naturally attracts reciprocation and opportunity. Marcus implemented these practices religiously. Within weeks, I noticed that people were more engaged in conversations with me, he observed. They would linger after meetings, ask for my card without me offering it, and refer their friends without me requesting referrals. I wasn't doing anything differently externally. I was just being different internally. The attraction field. When you consistently maintain coherent emotions and balanced energy centers, you develop what I call an attraction field, a stable electromagnetic signature that draws opportunities, resources, and relationships that match your elevated state. This field operates continuously, even when you're not consciously working on manifestation or visualization. People with well-developed attraction fields share certain characteristics, effortless opportunities. Instead of having to chase prospects, opportunities seek them out. People call with projects. Investors appear for their ventures. Ideal partnerships emerge naturally. Enhanced intuition. They develop remarkable timing, often being in exactly the right place at the right time. Their heightened intuition guides them toward profitable decisions and away from costly mistakes. Natural influence. Others naturally seek their advice and guidance. They become informal leaders and influencers in their fields without trying to gain authority. Resource magnetism. Money, information, connections, and tools seem to flow toward them when needed. They operate in a state of supported flow rather than struggling effort. Synchronicity, multiplication. Meaningful coincidences become so frequent that they rely on synchronicity as a guidance system for decision-making. Marcus experienced all of these phenomena. It got to the point where I would think about needing something, a specific type of client, a business contact, even technical information, and within days, sometimes hours, it would appear through completely unexpected channels. He marveled. I stopped planning so much and started trusting the field to organize opportunities for me. An attraction field isn't something you turn on and off. It becomes your natural way of being in the world. The coherent communication effect. One of the most powerful aspects of personal magnetism is its effect on communication. When you speak from a coherent state, your words carry more than just information. They carry the energetic signature of your coherent field, making your communication magnetically compelling. Research shows that only 7% of communication impact comes from the actual words spoken, 38% comes from tone of voice, and 55% comes from body language and energy. But there's another layer that scientists are just beginning to understand: the electromagnetic field you're broadcasting while speaking. When you communicate from coherence, several things happen. Increased trust. People instinctively trust someone whose energy field is coherent and stable. Your nervous system signals safety to their nervous system before any words are processed. Enhanced persuasion. Your coherent field makes others more receptive to your ideas and suggestions. They feel better when listening to you, so they associate your messages with positive emotion. Improved comprehension. People understand and remember what you say more clearly because your coherent field enhances their cognitive function while they're listening. Emotional resonance. Your coherent emotions influence the emotional state of listeners, making them more likely to feel enthusiastic about your proposals and suggestions. Marcus transformed his client interactions through coherent communication. Instead of preparing sales presentations, I would prepare my energy, he explained. I would spend 5 minutes before every meeting getting into coherence, feeling genuine appreciation for the client and excitement about helping them achieve their goals. The meetings became completely different, more like collaborative conversations than sales pitches. His closing rate increased from 25% to 85%, not because his presentations improved, but because his energetic presence made clients feel safe, understood, and inspired. The service magnetism principle. The most powerful form of personal magnetism comes from genuine service orientation, the desire to contribute value to others' lives rather than to extract value for yourself. When you operate from authentic service consciousness, you create an irresistible magnetic field that draws resources, opportunities, and support from unexpected sources. Service magnetism operates on a fundamental principle of energy exchange. When you consistently give value without attachment to receiving, you create energetic imbalances that the universe naturally seeks to balance through returns that often exceed your original giving. But this isn't a strategy or technique. It must be genuine. The quantum field responds to authentic intention, not manipulative tactics. When you truly care about serving others and solving their problems, your electromagnetic field broadcasts this intention, attracting people who need exactly what you have to offer. Marcus experienced this principle powerfully when he shifted from thinking, "How can I get more clients?" to "How can I serve more people?" I started offering free financial education workshops in my community, he shared. I wasn't trying to sell anything. I genuinely wanted to help people make better financial decisions. But those workshops became my primary source of new high-quality clients. People would attend, recognize my expertise and caring, and naturally want to work with me. Within a year, Marcus had more qualified prospects than he could serve, allowing him to be selective about clients and raise his fees significantly while working fewer hours. Service magnetism creates abundance by focusing on contribution rather than accumulation. Maintaining magnetic presence under pressure. The true test of personal magnetism comes during challenging circumstances. Anyone can maintain coherence when things are going well, but magnetic presence means staying centered and attractive even during stress, conflict, or setbacks. This requires what I call coherence under fire, the ability to maintain your elevated electromagnetic signature regardless of external pressure. When you can do this, you become even more magnetically attractive because others are drawn to your stability in an unstable world. Pressure response protocol. When you encounter stress, challenge, or conflict, immediately, 1. Recognize the situation as an opportunity to demonstrate coherence rather than a threat to your well-being. 2. Breathe slowly and deeply into your heart center to re-establish physiological coherence. 3. Appreciate something about the situation, even if it's simply the opportunity to grow stronger. 4. Respond from your coherent center, rather than reacting from survival emotions. See 5. Maintain your service orientation by asking, how can this situation serve everyone involved? Marcus faced a major test when the stock market crashed, just as he was building his practice. Instead of panicking or commiserating with clients, he maintained coherence and became a source of calm wisdom during the turbulence. While other advisors were frantically calling clients with fear-based messages, I reached out with coherent communication, focused on opportunity and long-term strategy. He recalled, that crisis actually accelerated my practice growth because people were drawn to my stability and clear thinking during uncertainty. His ability to maintain magnetic presence under pressure established him as a trusted leader in his field and attracted even more high-net-worth clients seeking stability and wisdom. The compound effect of magnetic living. Personal magnetism isn't just about attracting money or business opportunities. It's about elevating the quality of your entire life experience. When you consistently operate from coherence and service orientation, every area of your life begins to improve simultaneously. Enhanced relationships. Your coherent field makes you more attractive as a friend, partner, and family member. People enjoy spending time with you because they feel better when they're around you. Improved health. Coherent emotions and balanced energy centers optimize your physiology, boosting immune function, reducing stress hormones, and increasing vitality. Increased creativity. Coherence enhances brain function and access to intuitive insights, making you more innovative and solution-oriented in all areas of life. Expanded influence. Your natural magnetism makes you a positive influence on everyone you encounter, creating ripple effects of elevation and empowerment in your community. Accelerated growth. Operating from coherence allows you to learn faster, adapt more quickly, and recognize opportunities that others miss. Marcus experienced this compound effect dramatically. It wasn't just my business that transformed. He reflected, my marriage became deeper and more connected. My relationship with my children improved. My health got better. Even my golf game improved because I was more present and relaxed. Personal magnetism elevated everything. Living from magnetic presence. The ultimate goal isn't to have occasional experiences of personal magnetism. It's to make coherent, attractive presence your natural way of being. This means developing the ability to generate and maintain elevated emotions regardless of circumstances, staying centered in service to others, and radiating value wherever you go. When magnetic presence becomes your default state, you stop worrying about attracting success because success naturally flows toward you. You stop trying to convince others to work with you because they're drawn to your energy before you even present your ideas. You stop chasing opportunities because opportunities seek you out. This isn't a technique you use occasionally. It's an identity you embody consistently. You become someone who naturally attracts abundance because your electromagnetic signature is aligned with prosperity, service, and coherent contribution to the world. Marcus now operates from this state naturally. I don't think about being magnetic anymore, he says. I just focus on serving my clients at the highest level, maintaining coherence in all my interactions, and trusting that everything I need will be attracted into my life, and it always is. Personal magnetism isn't something you do, it's something you become. And once you become it, it becomes the foundation for effortless prosperity in every area of your life. Your journey into magnetic presence begins with the recognition that you are already broadcasting an electromagnetic field into the world. The only question is whether you're broadcasting coherence or chaos, service or self-interest, abundance or scarcity. In the next chapter, we'll explore how to recognize and respond to the synchronicities that begin multiplying when you develop powerful personal magnetism. These meaningful coincidences become your guidance system for navigating the quantum field and allowing your abundant future to unfold with perfect timing. Chapter 8. Synchronicity, when the universe conspires in your favor. Recognizing and leveraging the signs of the quantum field. What if I told you that the universe is constantly sending you signals about the most profitable opportunities, the right people to connect with, and the perfect timing for important decisions? What if these signals aren't random coincidences but precise communications from the quantum field, guiding you toward your most abundant timeline? Most people dismiss these signals as mere luck or chance, but those who understand the deeper mechanics of reality recognize synchronicity for what it truly is, the language of the quantum field, the way the organizing intelligence of the universe communicates with individual consciousness to orchestrate optimal outcome. Let me share the extraordinary story of Elena Vasquez, a marketing consultant who learned to read and respond to synchronicities with such precision that her business transformed from struggling survival to effortless prosperity. 2 years ago, Elena was working incredibly hard but getting mediocre results. She was skilled, knowledgeable, and dedicated, yet opportunities seemed to slip through her fingers, and her income remained frustratingly unpredictable. I felt like I was constantly swimming upstream, Elena told me. I would work on a proposal for weeks, only to have the client choose someone else at the last minute. I'd network frantically, but rarely connect with the right people. It was exhausting and demoralizing. Then Elena discovered something that changed everything: the art of synchronicity, recognition, and response. Instead of forcing outcomes through effort and strategy, she learned to attune herself to the subtle signals of the quantum field and follow their guidance with trust and precision. The transformation was remarkable. Within 6 months, Elena experienced a series of impossible coincidences that led to her largest contract ever. Within a year, she had attracted a dream team of collaborators who appeared through seemingly random encounters. Within 18 months, her income had increased by 300%, and she was working with joy and ease instead of stress and struggle. But here's what made Elena's approach truly extraordinary. She stopped trying to control outcomes and started dancing with the intelligence of the quantum field. She learned to recognize when the universe was conspiring in her favor and how to respond in ways that amplified those conspiratorial forces. Synchronicity isn't luck. It's the universe's GPS system, constantly recalculating your route to optimal abundance. Understanding the quantum communication system. From a quantum physics perspective, synchronicities are not random events, but precise information transfers from the field of infinite possibilities to individual consciousness. When you align your energy with abundance and maintain coherent emotion, you create what I call synchronicity sensitivity, the ability to perceive and interpret the subtle communications constantly flowing from the quantum field. Think of the quantum field as an intelligent information system that's always calculating optimal outcomes and pathways for every conscious being within it. Just as your smartphone's GPS continuously recalculates the best route based on traffic conditions, construction, and your destination, the quantum field is continuously calculating the optimal opportunities, connections, and circumstances for your highest good. But unlike your phone's GPS, the quantum field communicates through patterns, symbols, repeated occurrences, and meaningful coincidences that require a different kind of attention to perceive and decode. Research in quantum mechanics reveals that consciousness and matter are fundamentally interconnected at the deepest level of reality. When your consciousness becomes coherent and aligned with specific intentions, you create resonance patterns that influence the probability fields around you, making certain outcomes more likely to manifest. Elena experienced this directly. Once I started paying attention to patterns and coincidences, I realized they were happening all the time, she discovered. I'd think about needing a specific type of client, and within days I'd meet someone who knew exactly the right person. I'd wonder about a business decision, and the answer would appear through a random conversation with a stranger. What seemed random was actually precision guidance from the quantum intelligence that underlies all reality. The quantum field is constantly communicating with you. The question is whether you've learned its language. The types of synchronistic guidance. Synchronicities appear in many forms, each carrying different types of information from the quantum field. Learning to recognize and interpret these various synchronistic signals allows you to navigate your financial life with remarkable precision and efficiency. Numerical synchronicities, repeated number patterns that appear in unexpected contexts. You might notice specific numbers on clocks, license plates, receipts, and phone numbers when you're contemplating important financial decisions. These aren't random. They're the quantum field's way of confirming alignment or suggesting course correction. People, synchronicity, the right person at the right time phenomenon. When you need specific information, connections, or opportunities, the exact person who can help appears through seemingly chance encounters. Elena experienced this repeatedly when the precise expert, mentor, or collaborator she needed would appear within days of her recognizing the need. Information synchronicities, books, articles, conversations, or media that provide exactly the insight you need precisely when you need it. The quantum field uses your environment to deliver timely guidance about opportunities, strategies, or decisions you're contemplating. Opportunity synchronicities, perfect timing for important opportunities, projects, investments, or collaborations that align with your goals appear when you're optimally prepared to receive them, often through chains of apparently unrelated events. Obstacle synchronicities. Sometimes what appears as a setback is actually the universe protecting you from suboptimal outcomes while redirecting you toward better opportunities. Elena learned to recognize when delays or problems were actually synchronistic guidance, steering her away from dead ends. Confirmation, synchronicities, repeated signs that confirm you're on the right track. When you're aligned with your optimal timeline, the universe sends multiple confirmations through various channels to reinforce your confidence in your chosen direction. The key to working with synchronicities is developing what I call quantum awareness, a state of relaxed attention that notices patterns and meanings beyond surface appearances. The synchronicity, sensitivity practice. Developing sensitivity to synchronistic guidance requires training your consciousness to perceive subtle patterns and connections that most people overlook. This isn't about looking for signs everywhere or becoming superstitious. It's about attuning your awareness to the intelligence that's always operating beneath the surface of apparent randomness. Morning synchronicity, intention, 5 minutes. Begin each day by setting a clear intention to notice and respond to synchronistic guidance. In a relaxed state, ask the quantum field to communicate with you clearly about opportunities, decisions, and optimal actions for that day. Feel genuinely open and receptive to guidance appearing in unexpected form. Present moment, awareness. Throughout the day, maintain what I call soft focus, awareness that's relaxed but alert to patterns, coincidences, and unexpected connections. Instead of being completely task-focused, keep a portion of your attention open to noticing what the universe might be communicating. Pattern recognition practice. At the end of each day, spend 5 minutes reviewing any unusual coincidences, repeated themes, or unexpected encounters. Look for patterns across seemingly unrelated events. Often, synchronistic guidance becomes clear only when you step back and observe the larger pattern. Synchronicity. Journaling. Keep a simple log of meaningful coincidences and their outcome. Over time, you'll begin to recognize your personal synchronicity language, the specific ways the quantum field tends to communicate with you. Some people receive guidance through number patterns, others through conversation, still others through what they read or see. Response. Practice. The most important aspect of working with synchronicities is learning to respond appropriately when they appear. This might mean making a phone call, attending an event, reading a book, or simply shifting your attention in a new direction. The key is responding with curiosity and openness, rather than dismissing coincidences as meaningless. Elena developed exceptional synchronicity sensitivity through consistent practice. I learned that the universe has a very particular sense of humor and timing, she observed. Once I started paying attention and responding to the signs, they became more frequent and more obvious. It was like the quantum field was rewarding my attention with clearer communication. The trust factor in synchronistic guidance. The biggest obstacle most people face in working with synchronicity is the need to control outcomes through logical planning and force. Synchronistic guidance often suggests actions that don't make immediate rational sense but lead to optimal outcomes through pathways that couldn't have been logically predicted. This requires developing what I call quantum trust, the ability to follow inspired guidance even when you can't see the complete picture or understand the full logic of the suggested actions. Distinguishing synchronistic guidance from random events. True synchronistic guidance typically has several characteristics. It appears in response to a question or need you've been contemplating. It has an intuitive rightness that you can feel. It often involves meaningful symbols or connections that resonate personally, and following it leads to beneficial outcomes that couldn't have been predicted. The two-step verification process. When you notice a potential synchronicity, first ask yourself, does this relate to something I've been thinking about or needing guidance on? If yes, then ask, does following this guidance feel expansive and aligned, or contractive and fear-based? True synchronistic guidance always feels expansive, even when it involves uncertainty. Starting with low-risk responses, begin building trust by responding to synchronicities that involve minimal risk. If you feel guided to read a particular book, attend an event, or contact someone, the downside is limited, while the potential for beneficial connections is significant. Recognizing synchronistic chain. Often one synchronicity leads to another, creating chains of meaningful coincidences that guide you step by step toward optimal outcome. Elena experienced this when a random conversation at a coffee shop led to a referral, which led to a collaboration, which led to her biggest contract ever. Each step appearing only after she'd taken the previous one. The timing element. Synchronistic guidance often involves perfect timing that couldn't have been orchestrated through planning. Opportunities appear when you're optimally prepared. People contact you precisely when you need their assistance, and information arrives exactly when you can best utilize it. Elena learned to trust synchronistic timing, even when it conflicted with her logical plan. I had to learn that the universe's timing was always better than mine, she reflected. When I tried to force things to happen according to my timeline, they rarely worked out well. But when I followed synchronistic timing, everything flowed beautifully. Quantum trust isn't blind faith. It's intelligent responsiveness to information from a source with access to more data than your conscious mind can process. The coherence, synchronicity, connection. There's a direct correlation between your internal coherence and the frequency of meaningful synchronicities in your life. When your heart and brain are operating in harmony, when your emotions are elevated and stable, and when your intentions are clear, you create optimal conditions for synchronistic communications from the quantum field. Research by the HeartMath Institute has shown that coherent emotional states enhance intuition and expand awareness beyond normal sensory perception. When you're in coherence, your consciousness becomes more sensitive to subtle information fields, making you naturally more attuned to synchronistic guidance. The coherence, synchronicity, feedback loop. As you develop greater coherence, you notice more synchronicities. As you recognize and respond to synchronicities successfully, your trust and coherence increase. This creates a positive feedback loop where synchronistic guidance becomes increasingly frequent and precise. Elena experienced this progression clearly. In the beginning, I might notice 1 or 2 meaningful coincidences per week, she recalled. But as I became more coherent and responsive, I started experiencing multiple synchronicities daily. It was like the quantum field was upgrading my access to its guidance system. Coherence, practices for enhanced synchronicity, heart-focused breathing to create psychophysiological coherence, appreciation practices that elevate your emotional frequency, present moment awareness that keeps you receptive to subtle communication, regular meditation to strengthen your connection to the quantum field, intention setting that clearly communicates your desires to the universe, the emotional signature of synchronistic guidance. Genuine synchronistic guidance typically carries a specific emotional signature, a sense of rightness, excitement, curiosity, or peaceful knowing. Fear-based impulses or anxious urgency rarely represent true synchronistic guidance, which tends to feel expansive and aligned even when uncertain. When Elena learned to distinguish between anxiety-driven impulses and synchronistic guidance, her decision-making became remarkably precise. True synchronistic guidance always felt like coming home to myself, she described. Even when it involved stepping into the unknown, there was this deep sense of rightness that I learned to trust completely. Synchronicity in financial decision-making. Some of the most powerful applications of synchronistic guidance occur in financial decisions, investments, career moves, business partnerships, and major purchases. The quantum field has access to information about market trends, timing, and outcomes that your conscious mind couldn't possibly calculate, making synchronistic guidance invaluable for financial success. Investment synchronicities. Elena learned to recognize when the universe was pointing her towards specific investment opportunities. I'd be researching different options, and suddenly I'd encounter multiple references to the same investment from unrelated sources, she explained. Books would fall off shelves opened to relevant pages. Conversations would spontaneously turn to that topic. Articles would appear in my news feeds. When these patterns emerged, I paid attention. Her synchronicity-guided investments consistently outperformed her logically researched ones, often by significant margin. Career and business synchronicities. The quantum field frequently communicates optimal career moves and business strategies through synchronistic patterns. Elena's entire business transformation began when she noticed a synchronistic chain. She kept encountering references to a specific business model in unrelated contexts, met 3 people in 1 week who had successfully implemented it, and received an unexpected invitation to a relevant workshop. I almost didn't attend the workshop because it wasn't in my planned budget, she remembered. But the synchronicities were so obvious that I trusted the guidance. That workshop led to the mentor relationship that completely transformed my business. Timing synchronicities. Perhaps the most valuable financial guidance involves timing. When to buy, sell, start, or stop. The quantum field often communicates optimal timing through synchronistic patterns that override logical analysis. Elena learned to recognize timing synchronicities through unexpected delays or acceleration. When the universe wanted me to wait, obstacles would appear that prevented immediate action. When it was time to move quickly, everything would align effortlessly to support rapid progress. Partnership and collaboration. Synchronicities. The quantum field excels at orchestrating optimal human connections for business success. Elena's most profitable collaborations all began through synchronistic introductions that seemed coincidental but led to perfectly aligned partnerships. I stopped networking strategically and started trusting synchronistic connection, she shared. The people I met through apparent coincidences always turned out to be more valuable partners than those I sought out through logical networking. The dark side of ignoring synchronicities. Just as following synchronistic guidance accelerates your path to abundance, ignoring or resisting it can create obstacles, delays, and missed opportunities. The quantum field continuously offers optimal pathways, but it requires conscious participation from individuals to actualize those possibilities. The cost of resistance. When you consistently ignore synchronistic guidance in favor of purely logical decisions, you often find yourself working harder for smaller results. Opportunities that could have flowed effortlessly become difficult to achieve. Resources that might have appeared naturally must be sought through struggle and effort. Elena experienced this contrast vividly during her transformation period. I could clearly see the difference between outcomes that followed synchronistic guidance and those that came from pure logical planning, she observed. The synchronistic paths were always more elegant, more efficient, and more fulfilling. Recognizing synchronistic warning. Sometimes synchronicities appear as warnings about suboptimal choices, repeated obstacles, unexpected delays, or patterns of resistance often indicate that the quantum field is trying to redirect you away from paths that won't serve your highest good. Elena learned to interpret these negative synchronicities as protective guidance. When I was considering a business partnership that looked great on paper, I started experiencing a series of small obstacles and delays in the negotiation process. Instead of pushing through, I stepped back and discovered that the potential partner had serious integrity issues that would have caused major problems later. The synchronicity drought. When people lose coherence or become overly focused on controlling outcomes, they often experience what I call synchronicity drought, periods when meaningful coincidences become rare and life feels more effortful and less magical. This isn't punishment. It's simply the natural result of reduced sensitivity to quantum field communication. The guidance continues, but the person's ability to perceive it has diminished. Recovery involves returning to coherence practices, releasing the need to control outcomes, and reopening to guidance from sources beyond the conscious mind. Advanced synchronicity practices. As you develop proficiency in basic synchronicity recognition, you can explore more advanced practices that create even deeper connection with quantum field guidance. Synchronicity meditation. Spend 10-15 minutes in meditation specifically asking the quantum field to communicate guidance about particular questions or decisions. After stating your question clearly, enter a receptive state and remain open to whatever images, sensations, or insights arise. Often, synchronistic guidance will begin appearing in your external environment within hours or days of this practice. Dream synchronicities. The quantum field often communicates through dream, especially when your conscious mind is too busy or analytical to receive guidance during waking hours. Keep a dream journal and notice connections between dream content and waking synchronicities. Synchronicity tracking. Maintain a detailed record of synchronicities and their outcomes. This practice not only increases your sensitivity to patterns, but also builds confidence in quantum guidance by documenting its accuracy and effectiveness over time. Group synchronicity. When multiple people focus intention on similar outcomes, synchronicities often multiply and amplify. Elena discovered that working with a mastermind group created synchronistic responses that were more frequent and more powerful than individual practices. Synchronicity, acceleration. Advanced practitioners learn to accelerate synchronistic responses by combining clear intention with elevated emotion and then releasing attachment to specific outcomes. This creates optimal conditions for rapid quantum field communication. Elena mastered synchronicity acceleration during a critical business decision. I needed to decide between 3 different strategic directions for my company, she explained. Instead of analyzing pros and cons, I clearly stated my intention to the universe, generated genuine excitement about all the possibilities, and then completely let go of needing to know the answer immediately. Within 48 hours, I received 3 different synchronistic signals that made the optimal choice obvious. Living in synchronistic flow, the ultimate goal of synchronicity work, isn't to occasionally receive guidance from the quantum field. It's to live in constant communication with the organizing intelligence of the universe. This state of synchronistic flow creates a life where opportunities, resources, and optimal outcomes appear with remarkable regularity and precision. People living in synchronistic flow share certain characteristics. Relaxed confidence. They trust that the universe is constantly working on their behalf, which allows them to remain calm and confident even during uncertain periods. Present moment awareness. They maintain consistent attention to the current moment, which is where synchronistic communications most readily appear. Flexible planning. While they set clear intentions and goals, they remain flexible about methods and timing, allowing synchronistic guidance to optimize their approaches. Responsive action. They've developed the ability to act quickly on synchronistic guidance without needing to understand the complete picture or logical reasoning behind the suggestion. Grateful recognition. They consistently acknowledge and appreciate synchronistic assistance, which strengthens their connection to quantum field communications. Elena achieved this state after 18 months of consistent practice. Now I rarely make important decisions without synchronistic confirmation, she shared, not because I can't think for myself, but because I've learned that the universe has access to information and perspective that my individual mind couldn't possibly encompass. Following synchronistic guidance has consistently led to better outcomes than my best logical planning. Synchronistic flow isn't about giving up personal responsibility. It's about collaborating with an intelligence greater than individual consciousness to create optimal outcomes for all concerned. Your journey into synchronistic living begins with a simple shift in attention. Instead of viewing coincidences as meaningless random events, begin looking for the patterns, messages, and guidance they might contain. The quantum field is always communicating with you. Learning its language will transform your relationship with opportunity, timing, and abundance. In our next chapter, we'll explore how to take inspired action based on the synchronistic guidance you're receiving, ensuring that your response to quantum field communications creates maximum benefit and accelerated manifestation of your abundant future. Chapter 9. Inspired Action. Moving from your future self. The difference between desperate action and aligned action. What if I told you that most people are taking action from the wrong state of consciousness? What if the reason their efforts feel like pushing a boulder uphill is because they're operating from their current limited self rather than their abundant future self? What if there was a completely different way to take action, one that feels effortless, guided, and magnetically attractive to the outcomes you desire? This is the difference between desperate action and inspired action. Desperate action comes from lack, fear, and the need to force outcome. Inspired action comes from abundance, trust, and the natural overflow of being aligned with your highest timeline. One creates struggle and resistance. The other creates flow and acceleration. Let me share the remarkable transformation of James Patterson, a real estate investor who discovered this distinction during the most challenging period of his career. 3 years ago, James was working 80-hour weeks, frantically pursuing every possible deal, networking constantly, and using every strategy he'd learned from countless seminars and books. Yet despite his relentless effort, his results remained mediocre, and his stress levels were dangerously high. I was taking massive action, just like all the experts recommended, James told me. But it felt like I was fighting against some invisible force. Every deal was a struggle. Every negotiation was a battle. I was exhausted, frustrated, and beginning to question whether I was cut out for this business. Then James learned about inspired action, the art of taking action from the consciousness of his already successful future self, rather than his currently struggling present self. The transformation was profound. Within 6 months, James had closed 3 major deals with minimal effort, attracted 2 ideal business partners through coincidental meetings, and discovered investment opportunities that others had overlooked. Within a year, his income had tripled, while his working hours had decreased by half. But more importantly, his relationship with action itself had completely transformed. Instead of forcing outcomes through willpower and strategy, he learned to move from inspiration, intuition, and alignment with his abundant future timeline. The strangest thing, James reflected, is that I'm now taking less action, but getting exponentially better results. It's like I learned to work with the current instead of swimming against it. Inspired action isn't about doing more. It's about being more and allowing that elevated state of being to guide your choices. The neuroscience of action states every action you take originates from a specific state of consciousness, and that state determines both the quality of the action and the outcomes it produces. When you understand the neuroscience behind different action states, you can consciously choose to operate from the state that creates optimal results with minimal effort. Desperate action, survival state. When you take action from desperation, fear, or scarcity consciousness, your nervous system is in survival mode. This activates the sympathetic nervous system, flooding your body with stress hormones like cortisol and adrenaline. In this state, your perception narrows, causing you to miss opportunities and creative solutions. Your decision-making becomes reactive rather than strategic. Your energy feels heavy and contractive, repelling the very outcomes you're seeking. Your actions create resistance because they're motivated by fear rather than love. You attract people and circumstances that match your desperate frequency. Forced action, willpower state. When you take action from pure willpower and determination, you're operating from your prefrontal cortex in override mode. While this can produce short-term results, it's unsustainable and often counterproductive because it requires enormous energy expenditure that leads to burnout. It creates tension that others can feel, making them less likely to cooperate. It focuses on forcing specific outcomes rather than allowing optimal outcome. It operates from the limited perspective of your current self rather than your expanded future self. Inspired action, coherent state. When you take action from inspiration and alignment, your heart and brain are operating in coherence. This activates the parasympathetic nervous system and creates optimal conditions for both performance and attraction. Your perception expands, allowing you to see opportunities that others miss. Your intuition becomes highly active, guiding you toward optimal choices. Your energy feels light and expansive, naturally attracting cooperation and support. Your actions feel effortless because they're aligned with the quantum field's organizing intelligence. You attract people and circumstances that support your highest good. James experienced this neurological shift dramatically. When I learned to generate appreciation and excitement before taking any important action, everything changed, he explained. Instead of that tight, anxious feeling in my stomach, I would feel this warm, expansive energy in my chest. From that state, the right actions became obvious. and they felt more like play than work. The state you're in when you take action determines the quality of results you receive. Embodying your future self. The most powerful form of inspired action comes from embodying the consciousness of your already successful future self before taking any steps. This isn't positive thinking or visualization. It's literally stepping into the identity, emotions, and decision-making patterns of the version of yourself who has already achieved what you're working toward. The future self-integration process. Phase 1. Identity shift. Before taking any important action, spend 10 to 15 minutes connecting with your future successful self. How does this version of you think, feel, and move through the world? What is their posture, their breathing pattern, their energy signature? Step fully into this identity. Phase 2. Emotional alignment. Feel the emotions your future self experiences on a regular basis. Confidence, gratitude, excitement, empowerment, peace. These aren't emotions you hope to feel someday. They're emotions your future self is feeling right now in their timeline. Make those emotions present in your current moment. Phase 3. Decision-making. From this elevated state, ask yourself, what would my future self do in this situation? What actions would they take? How would they approach this opportunity or challenge? Allow the answers to arise from your elevated state rather than your analytical mind. Phase 4. Action. Execution. Take action from this embodied state of your future self. Move with their confidence, speak with their authority, and make decisions from their expanded perspective. You're not pretending to be successful. You're being successful from a future timeline. James mastered this process and used it for every important business decision. Before any major negotiation, I would spend time connecting with my future self, who was already a multi-millionaire investor. He shared. From that consciousness, I would approach the negotiation with calm confidence, rather than desperate need. The difference in outcomes was remarkable. When you embody your future self, you collapse the timeline between where you are and where you're going. The walking meditation practice. One of the most powerful techniques for integrating future self-consciousness into daily action is walking meditation, a practice that literally allows you to walk into your abundant future while training your nervous system to maintain elevated states with your eyes open. The complete walking meditation protocol. Preparation phase. 5 minutes. Find a quiet location where you can walk for 10-15 minutes without interruption. Stand still with your eyes closed and connect with your heart center. Generate elevated emotions of gratitude, excitement, and empowerment. Feel these emotions radiating from your heart throughout your entire body and beyond, into the space around you. Intention setting. 3 minutes. While maintaining these elevated emotions, set a clear intention for your walking practice. This might be embodying your financially successful future self, radiating the energy of abundance, or connecting with opportunities and synchronicities. Feel yourself broadcasting this intention as an electromagnetic signature to the quantum field. Identity integration. 2 minutes. Still standing with eyes closed, fully step into the identity of your prosperous future self. How do they carry themselves? What is their posture, their breathing, their internal sense of self? Feel yourself becoming this person at the cellular level. Walking. Phase 1. 10 minutes. Open your eyes and begin walking at a deliberate, confident pace. Don't focus on any particular objects or distractions. Maintain soft, open awareness while staying in the trance-like state of your future self. With each step, you are literally walking as your abundant future self. Feel their confidence in your stride, their gratitude in your awareness, their excitement about the opportunities flowing toward them. Recalibration. 5 minutes. Stop and close your eyes again. Deepen your connection to the elevated emotions and future self-identity. Feel these states becoming more familiar and natural. You're programming your nervous system to maintain these frequencies. Walking. Phase 2. After 10 minutes. Continue walking as your future self. now with even deeper integration. Allow images from your abundant future to arise naturally. See yourself in your ideal office, closing important deals, living in your dream home, making a positive impact on others. Feel the emotions of these future memories as if they're happening now. Integration, 5 minutes. End in stillness, feeling profound gratitude for your future life, as if it has already manifested. Acknowledge that you have just practiced being the person you are becoming, and commit to carrying this energy into your daily action. James practiced walking meditation every morning and noticed profound changes in how he showed up in his business. After walking meditation, I would go into meetings with this quiet confidence that people could feel. He observed, I wasn't trying to impress anyone or prove anything. I was just being my successful self, and that authenticity was magnetically attractive to potential partners and clients. The inspiration recognition system. Not all action impulses come from inspiration. Learning to distinguish between ego-driven impulses, anxiety-driven urgency, and genuine inspired action is crucial for maintaining alignment with your highest timeline. Characteristics of inspired action. Feels expansive and energizing rather than contractive and draining. Arises from excitement and possibility rather than fear and scarcity. Often involves perfect timing you couldn't have logically planned. Includes elements of service to others, not just personal gain. Creates a sense of flow and ease rather than struggle and resistance. Attracts support and cooperation from unexpected sources. Characteristics of ego-driven action. Motivated by the us, need to prove something or gain approval. Feels forced and requires significant willpower to maintain. Often involves comparison with or competition against others. Creates stress and anxiety even when successful. Focuses exclusively on personal benefit without considering others. Attracts resistance and obstacles that must be overcome through force. Characteristics of fear-driven action. Motivated by the need to avoid loss or prevent disaster. Feels urgent and desperate rather than inspired and exciting. Creates more of the very outcomes you're trying to avoid. Exhausts your energy and leaves you feeling depleted. Attracts people and circumstances that confirm your fears. Requires constant effort to maintain without producing lasting results. James developed sophisticated ability to recognize these different action impulses. I learned that inspired action always felt like yes in my whole body, he explained. Even when it involved uncertainty or risk, there was this deep sense of rightness and excitement. Fear-based action felt like I have to, and ego-based action felt like I should. But inspired action always felt like I get to. The quality of the impulse determines the quality of the outcome. Inspired impulses create inspired results. Synchronicity-based action. When you're operating from future self-consciousness, your actions become naturally synchronized with the quantum field's organizing intelligence. Instead of forcing outcomes through strategy and effort, you begin taking actions that align with the synchronicities and opportunities the universe is continuously orchestrating. The Synchronicity Action Protocol. Morning intention. Begin each day by asking the quantum field to guide your actions toward optimal outcome. Feel yourself surrendering personal will to universal intelligence while maintaining clear intention about your desired direction. Present moment sensitivity. Throughout the day, maintain awareness for inspired impulses, unexpected opportunities, and meaningful coincidences that suggest specific actions. These often appear as sudden ideas, chance encounters, or information that arrives at perfect timing. Rapid response. When you recognize synchronistic guidance for action, respond quickly without overthinking or analyzing. The window for optimal action is often brief, and excessive analysis can cause you to miss the timing. Trust over logic. Be willing to take actions that feel inspired, even when they don't make complete logical sense. The quantum field orchestrates outcomes through pathways that your rational mind couldn't have predicted. Gratitude, integration. After taking synchronicity-based actions, express gratitude for the guidance, regardless of immediate outcome. This strengthens your connection to quantum intelligence and increases the frequency of future synchronistic communication. James's biggest breakthrough came through synchronicity-based action. I was researching potential investment properties online when my computer randomly opened a page for a property that wasn't even for sale, he recalled. Instead of dismissing it as a technical glitch, something told me to drive by the property. When I got there, the owner happened to be outside and mentioned he'd been thinking about selling, but hadn't listed it yet. That coincidence led to one of my most profitable investments ever. When you align your actions with synchronistic guidance, you tap into the organizing intelligence that orchestrates optimal outcomes for all involved. The energy management factor. Taking inspired action requires maintaining high-quality energy throughout your day. Unlike desperate action, which depletes your energy reserves, inspired action actually generates more energy because it aligns you with the creative force of the quantum field. Energy optimization strategies. Morning energy investment. Spend the first 30-60 minutes of your day generating elevated emotions and connecting with your future self before engaging with external demand. This creates an energy foundation that supports inspired action throughout the day. Energy protection. Learn to recognize people, activities, and environments that drain your energy and minimize exposure during important action periods. Your energy field affects the quality of every action you take. Coherence. Breaks. Throughout the day, take 2 to 3 minute breaks to return to heart coherence and future self-consciousness. This prevents you from slipping into reactive patterns and maintains your connection to inspired guidance. Selective action. Not every opportunity requires action. Learning to say no to good opportunities allows you to save your energy for great opportunities that align with your highest timeline. Energy celebration. After taking inspired actions, acknowledge and celebrate the alignment rather than immediately focusing on the next task. This reinforces the neural pathways that support inspired decision-making. James transformed his relationship with energy management. I used to think being busy meant being productive, he reflected, but I learned that taking fewer, more inspired actions while maintaining high energy actually created better results than taking many actions from a depleted state. Energy management isn't about conserving energy. It's about investing energy in ways that generate exponential return. Building the inspired action habit. The goal isn't to occasionally take inspired action. It's to make inspired action your default operating mode. This requires consistent practice and gradual conditioning of your nervous system to maintain elevated states while engaging with the physical world. The Daily Inspired Action Protocol. 6 Masu AM. Future Self-Activation. Spend 20 minutes in meditation connecting with your prosperous future self and feeling the emotions of your abundant timeline. 6:30 M. Walking Integration. Practice walking meditation for 15 minutes, physically embodying your future self and programming your nervous system for elevated action. Throughout the day, coherence, maintenance. Before any important action, phone call or meeting, spend 2 to 3 minutes returning to future self-consciousness and heart coherence. Evening, action review. Reflect on the day's actions and their outcome. Notice which actions felt inspired versus forced, and acknowledge the correlation between your state of being and your results. Weekly, timeline, alignment, once per week. Spend extended time, 45 or 60 minutes, deeply connecting with your future self and updating your understanding of your optimal timeline. James implemented this protocol consistently for 6 months and experienced what he describes as a complete transformation of his business and life. I stopped thinking about work as something I had to do and started experiencing it as something I got to do, he shared. Every day became an adventure in discovering how the universe wanted to support my success. Inspired action becomes natural when you consistently practice being the person who would naturally take such action. The compound effect of aligned action. When you consistently take action from future self-consciousness, you create what I call aligned momentum, a compound effect where each inspired action creates conditions that make subsequent inspired actions more powerful and effective. The alignment acceleration pattern. Inspired actions attract supportive people and circumstances. Supportive circumstances make future inspired actions easier to take. Easier actions require less energy, allowing you to maintain elevated states. Elevated states increase your sensitivity to inspired guidance. Enhanced guidance leads to even more precise and effective actions. James experienced this acceleration clearly. In the beginning, taking inspired action required significant effort to maintain the elevated state, he explained. But after a few months, operating from future self-consciousness became natural. Now I rarely take action from any other state because the results are so obviously inferior. The ripple effect. Aligned action doesn't just benefit you. It creates positive ripples that benefit everyone involved. When you take action from love, service, and abundance consciousness, you naturally create win-win outcomes that elevate all parties. The attraction amplifier. As you consistently embody your future self and take aligned action, you become increasingly magnetic to opportunities, resources, and relationships that support your abundant timeline. Success begins seeking you out rather than requiring pursuit. The timeline collapse. Perhaps most remarkably, sustained inspired action creates what appears to be an acceleration of time. Goals that seemed years away begin manifesting in months or weeks because you're operating from the consciousness that has already achieved them. James achieved in 18 months what his previous approach would have taken 5 to 10 years to accomplish. When I stopped trying to get somewhere and started being someone, everything accelerated. He realized I wasn't moving toward success. Success was moving toward me. Mastery of inspired action. The mastery of inspired action lies in making future self-consciousness so natural that you rarely take action from any other state. This isn't about perfection. It's about developing the awareness to recognize when you've slipped into desperate or forced action and the skill to quickly return to alignment. Signs of inspired action mastery. Actions feel effortless and energizing rather than draining. Outcomes consistently exceed logical expectations. Synchronicities become so frequent they feel normal. Other people are naturally drawn to support your endeavors. Challenges become opportunities for creative solutions. Success feels inevitable rather than hoped for. The integration challenge. The real test of inspired action mastery comes during challenging or stressful periods. Can you maintain future self-consciousness and take inspired action even when circumstances seem dire? This is where true mastery is developed. The service evolution. Advanced practitioners of inspired action find that their actions naturally evolve toward greater service to others. When you're truly operating from abundance consciousness, helping others succeed becomes as natural as helping yourself. James now mentors other real estate investors and has discovered that his greatest fulfillment comes from helping others discover their own capacity for inspired action. I realized that my financial success was just the beginning, he shared. The real gift was learning to live from this elevated consciousness, where every action is an expression of my highest self. The ultimate inspired action. is living as an inspiring example of what's possible when human consciousness aligns with quantum intelligence. Your journey into inspired action begins with a simple recognition. The person you're becoming has access to action, opportunities, and outcomes that your current self couldn't imagine. When you learn to move from that future consciousness, you collapse the timeline between where you are and where you're going. In the next chapter, we'll explore how to sustain this elevated state of consciousness throughout your daily life, ensuring that your inspired actions create lasting transformation rather than temporary improvements. The goal isn't just to take inspired action occasionally. It's to become the kind of person for whom inspired action is the natural expression of their being. Chapter 10. Living as your millionaire self. Incorporating the energy of abundance into every moment. The ultimate test of everything you've learned isn't what happens during your morning meditation or visualization session. It's who you become throughout your ordinary day. Can you maintain the consciousness of abundance while stuck in traffic? Can you radiate prosperity while waiting in line at the grocery store? Can you think, feel, and act like your millionaire self, even when your current circumstances suggest otherwise? This is where the real transformation happens, in the mundane moments between the peak experiences, in the ordinary interactions that make up 95% of your life. This is where you either reinforce your new abundant identity or slip back into the familiar patterns of limitation. This is where you prove to yourself and to the quantum field that your prosperity consciousness is real, consistent, and permanent. Let me tell you about the remarkable transformation of Dr. Catherine Walsh, a dentist who mastered the art of living as her millionaire self so completely that her entire reality reorganized itself around her new identity. 3 years ago, Catherine was running a successful practice but felt trapped in the daily grind. Despite earning good money, she lived with constant financial anxiety, worked long hours, and felt like she was just surviving rather than thriving. I had all the external markers of success, Catherine told me, but internally I felt like I was always one crisis away from financial disaster. I was successful on paper, but still thinking and feeling like someone who was struggling. Then Catherine learned something that changed everything. Your external circumstances don't create your internal state. Your internal state creates your external circumstances. Instead of waiting for her finances to improve so she could feel abundant, she began feeling abundant first and allowing that internal abundance to transform her external reality. The results were extraordinary. Within 6 months, Catherine's practice income increased by 40% without any external marketing changes. Within a year, she had opened a second location and was earning more in a month than she previously made in 3 months. Within 18 months, she had achieved complete financial freedom and was living the lifestyle she had once only dreamed of. But here's the most remarkable part. None of this felt like effort or struggle. Once I learned to live as my abundant self, Catherine explained, opportunities, resources, and synchronicities began appearing so naturally that success felt inevitable rather than hoped for. Living as your millionaire self isn't about pretending you're wealthy. It's about becoming the person who naturally attracts wealth. The identity integration process, the journey from visualization to manifestation, requires a crucial intermediate step, identity integration. This is where you take the consciousness of your future abundant self and weave it into every aspect of your daily existence until there's no separation between who you're becoming and who you're being. Most people experience their visualizations and their daily life as two separate realities. The abundant reality they visit during meditation and the limited reality they live during the day. This separation actually creates resistance to manifestation because the quantum field responds to consistency, not intensity. The 4 pillars of identity integration. Pillar 1, embodied presence. Your millionaire self has a specific way of inhabiting their body, their posture, breathing, energy, and physical presence. Begin each day by consciously stepping into this embodied state and maintaining it throughout your activity. Pillar 2. Abundant thinking. Your millionaire self processes information differently. They think in terms of possibilities rather than limitations, solutions rather than problems, abundance rather than scarcity. Throughout your day, catch yourself in limiting thoughts and consciously shift to abundant thinking. Pillar 3. Prosperity. Emotion. Your millionaire self experiences a different emotional baseline. Gratitude, excitement, confidence, generosity, and joy are their default states rather than occasional peaks. Practice generating these emotions independent of external circumstances. Pillar 4. Aligned actions. Your millionaire self makes decisions and takes actions from abundance consciousness rather than scarcity consciousness. Every choice becomes an opportunity to reinforce your new identity. Catherine mastered these 4 pillars systematically. I realized that I had been living a double life, she shared. In my morning visualizations, I was abundant, confident, and grateful. But the moment I walked into my practice, I would slip back into worry, stress, and scarcity thinking. The transformation happened when I learned to maintain my abundant identity throughout the entire day. Identity integration means there's no longer a gap between who you are in meditation and who you are in traffic. The millionaire mindset shift. Perhaps the most fundamental transformation in living as your millionaire self is shifting from a mindset of getting to a mindset of being. Most people approach abundance from the perspective of acquisition. They want to get money, get success, get recognition. But your millionaire self operates from the perspective of expression. They express abundance, express value, express prosperity through their very being. From getting to giving, your current self asks, "What can I get from this situation?" Your millionaire self asks, "What can I give to this situation?" This shift from extraction to contribution creates an entirely different energy signature that attracts rather than repels abundance. From needing to knowing, your current self needs things to work out in specific ways. Your millionaire self knows that whatever happens will ultimately serve their highest good. This shift from desperation to trust creates space for the quantum field's intelligence to orchestrate optimal outcomes. From hoping to expecting, your current self hopes for success and fears failure. Your millionaire self expects abundance because they understand it as their natural state. This shift from hoping to expecting changes your entire electromagnetic signature. From surviving to thriving, your current self is focused on avoiding problems and minimizing risk. Your millionaire self is focused on maximizing opportunity and creating value. This shift from defense to offense completely changes how you navigate challenge. Catherine experienced these mindset shifts viscerally. I noticed that when I operated from getting, people could feel my neediness and would pull away, she observed. But when I shifted to giving, they were drawn to me like a magnet. When I stopped needing specific outcomes, the outcomes I received were far better than what I had originally wanted. Your millionaire self doesn't chase abundance. They create conditions where abundance naturally flows toward them. Moment by moment, abundance. Practice. Living as your millionaire self requires developing what I call moment-by-moment abundance practice, the ability to maintain prosperity consciousness throughout your ordinary daily activities. This isn't about being perfect or never experiencing challenging emotion. It's about developing the skill to quickly recognize when you've slipped into scarcity consciousness and consciously return to abundance. The morning abundance activation, 15 minutes before engaging with external demand. Spend focused time embodying your millionaire self. Feel their emotions, adopt their posture, think their thoughts, and set their intentions for the day. This creates what I call your abundance baseline, the energetic foundation that influences every subsequent interaction. The transition protocols. Develop specific practices for transitioning between activities while maintaining your millionaire consciousness. Whether you're going from home to work, from one meeting to another, or from work to personal time, use these transitions as opportunities to reinforce your abundant identity. The scarcity interruption system. Create automatic triggers that help you recognize when you've slipped into scarcity thinking. This might be setting random alarms on your phone that remind you to check your internal state, or associating certain activities, like waiting in line or driving, with abundance practice. The abundance amplification technique. When you notice yourself in a naturally positive state, consciously amplify it. If you feel grateful, make it deeper. If you feel confident, make it stronger. If you feel generous, make it more expansive. This trains your nervous system to sustain elevated states for longer periods. The evening integration review. Before sleep, review your day from the perspective of your millionaire self. Celebrate moments when you successfully maintained abundance consciousness and learn from moments when you slipped into limitation. This consolidates your new identity patterns at the subconscious level. Catherine developed her own unique practices for each of these areas. I learned that maintaining abundance consciousness wasn't about never experiencing challenges, she explained. It was about responding to challenges from my millionaire self, rather than my old, fearful self. This one shift changed everything about how I navigated difficulties. The prosperity lifestyle design. Your millionaire self doesn't just think and feel differently. They live differently. They make different choices about how they spend their time, energy, and attention. They create different environments, engage in different activities, and surround themselves with different influences. Living as your millionaire self means consciously designing your lifestyle to support and reinforce abundance consciousness. Environmental optimization. Your millionaire self is conscious about their physical environment because they understand that surroundings influence consciousness. This doesn't mean you need expensive items. It means creating spaces that feel abundant, organized, and inspiring. Catherine transformed her home and office environments without spending significant money. I decluttered everything, added plants and natural light, created dedicated spaces for meditation and planning, and surrounded myself with images that reminded me of my abundant future, she shared. These changes cost very little, but had a profound impact on how I felt every day. Relationship elevation. Your millionaire self is selective about the energy of people they spend time. They surround themselves with individuals who support their growth rather than drain their energy, who think abundantly rather than scarcely, who celebrate success rather than criticize it. Information diet curation. Your millionaire self is conscious about information consumption because they understand that what you feed your mind affects your consciousness. They limit exposure to scarcity-based news and entertainment while increasing exposure to growth-oriented, abundance-focused content. Time. Investment priorities. Your millionaire self makes different choices about time allocation. They invest time in activities that compound, learning, relationship building, health, creative projects, rather than activities that simply consume time, mindless entertainment, gossip, worry. Energy management system. Your millionaire self understands that energy, not time, is their most valuable resource. They protect their energy from activities and people that drain it, while investing energy in activities that generate more energy. Catherine redesigned her entire lifestyle around these principles. I realized that my old lifestyle was programming me for limitation. She discovered every choice I made, what I watched, who I spent time with, how I organized my spaces, was either reinforcing abundance or scarcity. Once I became conscious of this, changing my external reality became much easier. The service-based abundance model. One of the most powerful aspects of living as your millionaire self is shifting into what I call the service-based abundance model. the understanding that the fastest path to receiving abundance is becoming a source of abundance for others. Your millionaire self operates from the fundamental principle that the more value you create for others, the more value flows back to you. The value creation mindset. Instead of asking, "How can I make more money?" your millionaire self asks, "How can I create more value?" This shift in focus naturally leads to opportunities for increased income because money is simply a measure of value exchange. The contribution consciousness. Your millionaire self wakes up each day asking, "How can I contribute to the lives of others?" rather than, "What can I get from today?" This service orientation creates a magnetic quality that attracts opportunities, relationships, and resources. The abundance circulation system. Your millionaire self understands that abundance is like a river. It must flow to remain healthy. They give generously, not because they have excess, but because giving creates the energetic conditions for receiving. Catherine discovered this principle through direct experience. When I shifted from trying to get more patients to focusing on how I could better serve my existing patient, everything changed, she explained. I started spending more time with each patient, really listening to their concerns, going above and beyond in my care. Paradoxically, this led to more referrals, higher satisfaction, and increased income. The generosity practice. Your millionaire self practices generosity in small ways throughout the day, giving genuine compliments, offering helpful information, being present and attentive in conversations, expressing appreciation, sharing resources. These micro-contributions create a consistent outflow of value that attracts abundant returns. The legacy thinking. Your millionaire self makes decisions based on the long-term impact and legacy they want to create, rather than just immediate return. This longer-term perspective naturally leads to choices that build sustainable abundance, rather than short-term gains. The coherence maintenance system. Living as your millionaire self requires maintaining what I call prosperity coherence, a state where your thoughts, emotions, and actions are all aligned with abundance consciousness. This coherence creates a powerful electromagnetic signature that consistently attracts abundant experiences. Coherence indicators. Your thoughts naturally focus on possibilities rather than problems. Your emotions default to gratitude, excitement, and confidence. Your actions feel inspired and effortless rather than forced. Your interactions with others create mutual benefit and elevation. Your energy feels expansive and magnetic rather than contracted. Coherence disruptors. Consuming scarcity-based media or entertainment. Engaging with chronically negative people. Focusing on problem without moving towards solutions. Making decisions from fear rather than inspiration, neglecting self-care and energy management. Coherence, restoration practices. When you notice yourself losing coherence, quickly return to alignment through deep breathing focused on your heart center, generating sincere appreciation for your current blessing, connecting with your future abundant self through visualization, taking one small action that expresses your millionaire identity, choosing thoughts that align with abundance rather than scarcity. Catherine developed remarkable skill in maintaining coherence. I learned to treat my consciousness like a precious resource that needed protection and cultivation, she shared. Just like I wouldn't put contaminated fuel in my car, I stopped putting contaminated thoughts and emotions in my mind. This single practice transformed the consistency of my results. The manifestation acceleration effect. When you successfully live as your millionaire self consistently, you create what I call the manifestation acceleration effect, a phenomenon where your desired outcomes begin appearing faster and with less effort than you previously thought possible. This happens because consistency of consciousness creates coherent signals to the quantum field. Timeline collapse. When there's no energetic contradiction between who you're being and what you're seeking to manifest, the timeline between intention and manifestation collapses. Goals that might have taken years can manifest in months or even weeks. Synchronicity, multiplication, consistent abundance. Consciousness dramatically increases the frequency of meaningful coincidences that support your prosperity. You begin experiencing daily synchronicities that guide you toward optimal opportunities and outcome. Resistance, dissolution. When you're living as your millionaire self authentically, internal resistance to success disappears. Self-sabotage patterns dissolve because there's no longer an identity conflict between who you are and what you're creating. Magnetic attraction, amplification. Your consistent prosperity consciousness creates such a strong magnetic field that opportunities, resources, and relationships naturally gravitate toward you with minimal effort on your part. Catherine experienced all of these phenomena. By the end of my first year of living as my millionaire self, she reflected, I had achieved goals that I previously thought would take 5 years. But more importantly, the process felt joyful and natural rather than stressful and forced. I realized I hadn't just changed my financial situation. I had fundamentally changed who I was. Integration mastery. The ultimate mastery of living as your millionaire self occurs when abundance consciousness becomes so natural that you no longer have to consciously maintain it. It maintains itself. This happens when your new identity becomes neurologically wired as your default state, rather than something you have to remember to embody. Signs of integration mastery. Abundance. Thinking happens automatically without conscious effort. Prosperity emotions are your baseline rather than peak experiences. Generous actions feel natural and effortless. Financial stress becomes extremely rare and brief. Success feels inevitable rather than hoped for. Your energy consistently attracts rather than repels abundance. The maintenance-free state. When integration mastery is achieved, maintaining abundance consciousness requires no more effort than maintaining your natural breathing pattern. It becomes as automatic as walking or speaking, a fundamental aspect of who you are, rather than something you do. The ripple effect. Mastery of living as your millionaire self creates positive ripples that extend far beyond your personal finances. Your family, friends, colleagues, and community benefit from your elevated consciousness and the abundance it generates. Catherine achieved this level of mastery after 18 months of consistent practice. I realized that I no longer had to remember to be abundant. I simply was abundant, she described. It had become so integrated into my identity that scarcity thinking actually felt foreign and uncomfortable. I had become someone for whom prosperity was the natural state. The teaching emergence. Often, those who achieve mastery in living as their millionaire self discover a natural desire to help others achieve the same transformation. This teaching impulse emerges because abundance consciousness naturally seeks to expand and create more abundance in the world. Catherine now mentors other healthcare professionals in applying these principles. I discovered that helping others become abundant was even more fulfilling than my own financial success, she shared. When you truly live as your millionaire self, you realize that the greatest abundance comes from lifting others up with you. Your abundant life begins now. As you finish this final chapter, understand that you now possess everything you need to live as your millionaire self. The principles, practices, and processes you've learned aren't theoretical concepts. They're practical tools that work when consistently applied. The transformation from where you are now to where you want to be isn't a distant journey. It's a present moment choice to embody the consciousness of abundance right here, right now. Your millionaire self isn't waiting in some future timeline. They exist in the eternal present, ready to be expressed through your thoughts, emotions, and actions in this very moment. The quantum field isn't waiting for your circumstances to change before supporting your abundance. It's responding to the frequency you're broadcasting right now. Money isn't something you have to chase or convince to come to you. It's something that will naturally flow toward you when you become the kind of person who naturally attracts it. Your abundant future isn't something that might happen. It's something that's happening now through your conscious choice to live as your millionaire self. The journey you began when you first opened this book culminates in this moment of recognition. You are not someone who hopes to become abundant someday. You are someone who is choosing to be abundant right now. The energy of prosperity isn't something you need to develop. It's something you need to express. Your millionaire self is not your potential. It's your reality, waiting for your consciousness to align with it completely. The time for preparation is over. The time for transformation is now. Welcome to your abundant life.